All right, good evening, everyone. It is 6:35 p.m. and I will call this meeting to order. I should acknowledge that we have all members of council present except for Councillor Borozos at the present time. Welcome to our regular council meeting of February 18th, 2026. Before I go into the agenda, I just wanted to welcome everyone to the chambers. And for those who are joining us online, you will notice that we have a refreshed new coat of paint behind us, some new furniture, and along with some new camera angles, and upgraded audio-visual systems, providing a cleaner and clearer streaming experience for our meetings. This, of course, is our first meeting with the new equipment, so we do appreciate the viewers' patience should there be any technical issues this evening. And we do wish to offer as well, if you wish to provide feedback, you can contact our clerk's department on any of the viewing experience. So with that, we do have the township land acknowledgement, and unfortunately I don't have that on my desk. And I have not been good for remembering that. And just bear with me, I will get that. Thank you, appreciate that. All right, so the township of Adjala-Tosorontio is situated on the lands within Treaty 18, being the traditional territory of the Anishinaabe peoples, including the Ojibwe, the Odawa, and the Potawatomi nations, collectively known as the Three Fires Confederacy. This land is home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We acknowledge the Indigenous peoples as stewards of the land, and we honor their resilience as well as their culture and of our shared respect for the lands, plants, animals, and waterways which sustains us all. We recognize the injustices against Indigenous peoples and are mindful that the decisions of government impact our shared land and all the inhabitants. We commit to reconciliation as a journey, foster Indigenous cultural awareness and educational opportunities, establish respectful and healthy relations with Indigenous peoples, continue to steward the land and its inhabitants, and to cultivate an inclusive community for all. So we do have a closed session item this evening, and so that is section 2 of the agenda. So the recommendation is that pursuant to section 239(2) of the Municipal Act 2001, Council of the Township of Adjala-Tosorontio convene in closed session at 5:37 p.m. to address the following item. Regarding confidential staff report, Clerk 2026-02, personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees, re 2026 Ontario Senior of the Year Award nomination. And do I have a mover for that recommendation? Councillor Cox, seconded by Councillor Meadows. Any questions on going in camera? All those in favor? And that is carried. All right, council, thank you for that. We do have a motion now to reconvene in open session. And let me just get that. So that council of the Township of Adjala-Tosorontio will reconvene in open session at 5:50 p.m. And the recommendation from in camera is that staff proceed as directed in closed session. And do I have a mover for that recommendation, please? Councillor Cox, and a seconder, please. Councillor Simpson. And all those in favor? And that is carried. All right, so it is now 5:51. I will recess this meeting until 6:30 p.m. for the start of the open session.
I thought we didn't.
There we go.
Okay.
All right, council, I'm going to reconvene the meeting at 6:33 PM for our open session. And as I stated at the start of the meeting this evening, we have a refresh of council chambers, and currently we don't have any visual online, but the sound is working. And so please bear with us as we work through some of the technical components here, but we will start the meeting and try to get some video for you in the near future. All right, council, so item 4 is additions. Are there any additions on this evening's agenda? Seeing none. And then the adoption of the agenda. So in the interest of time, council, if you would permit by consent, I would like to move the official plan public meeting before our presentation this evening. We did call the public meeting for 6:30. And again, in the interest of time, I think it would be beneficial to have that conversation before we go into the DC presentation from Hempson. Are there any objections to that? Okay. So Madam Clerk, if you might help me with the motion for that item, please.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship, through you to council. The motion to read as follows, that the order of items on the agenda be amended to have the public meeting for the proposed draft official plan immediately following adoption of the minutes, and that the agenda for the regular council meeting held on Wednesday, February 18th, 2026 be adopted as amended.
Okay, are there any questions to that? Can I get a mover, please? I have Councillor Simpson, seconded by Deputy Mayor Laux. All those in favor? And that is carried. All right, so since we have moved the public meeting forward, sorry, I should apologize. I have to go back and just do the disclosure of pecuniary interest because I skipped over that item 6. Are there any disclosures this evening for pecuniary interests? Okay, none, thank you. All right, so we are at the public meeting. Sorry, I'm skipping over that one too, aren't I? Thank you. I've got my notes all over the place here. Regular meeting minutes of January 14th, 2026. The recommendation is that the minutes of the regular council meeting held on January 14, 2026 be adopted as presented. A mover for that, please. Councillor O'Leary, second by Councillor Cox. All those in favor? And that is carried. Okay, so we are on the public meeting section. So I now declare this portion of the council meeting to be a public meeting at 6:36 PM. We do have a presentation from our Manager of Planning, Greg Merrick, and so I'll allow him the opportunity now to provide the presentation.
Great, thank you, Your Worship. So good evening, everyone. My name is Greg Merrick, Manager of Planning Services here at the Township. I want to thank everyone for coming out to this public meeting to talk about the Township's proposed new official plan. I do have a short presentation on this important project, and following the presentation, there will be an opportunity for the public, as well as Mayor and Council, to ask questions and make any comments you might have. Next slide, please. So just an overview on the presentation. We're going to cover the following subjects. Why are we holding this public meeting? The official plan, what is it? Why are we updating the official plan? the release of various drafts of the new official plan, community and stakeholder engagement, comments received, new official plan structure, and the next steps. So why are we holding this public meeting? An open house and a public meeting is required under the Planning Act prior to the adoption of a new official plan. The Planning Act requires a public meeting to be held no later than 7 days after the open house. The open house was held on Wednesday, February 11th, 2026. The purpose of the public meeting is to provide an opportunity for the public and council to ask questions, make comments, or seek clarification on the proposed new official plan. So what is an official plan? It's a statement of the goals, objectives, and land use policies intended to guide future land use, physical development and change, and the effects on the social, economic, and natural environment within the township during the 25-year planning period. The plan provides directions on matters such as development within urban and rural settlement areas, including new public service facilities such as schools, recreational facilities, and emergency services to serve our communities. It speaks to the provision of a range and mix of housing types, including affordable and attainable housing and additional residential units. It talks about planning for water, wastewater, and stormwater infrastructure to support growth, the protection of the natural environment, the conservation of cultural heritage and archaeological resources, development of public spaces, parks, rec facilities, and trails. It speaks to mineral aggregate resources, maintaining an effective transportation system, improving broadband and internet infrastructure, the subdivision and lot creation process, community design guidelines, and the protection of the agricultural and rural character of our township. So why are we updating the official plan? It's a legislative requirement under the Planning Act for the council of a municipality to revise their official plan every 10 years and to update the plan every 5 years thereafter. So the township's current official plan was adopted by council in November of 1998, was approved with modifications by the County of Simcoe in October of 99, and consolidated to include Ontario Municipal Board decisions as of November 2000. Since that time, there have been 27 amendments to the official plan over the years that need to be consolidated into the parent official plan document. The official plan also needs to be updated so that it's consistent with the provincial planning statement and conforms with the Oak Ridges Marine Conservation Plan, provincial source protection plans, and the County of Simcoe official plan. The new official plan, when approved, will replace the township's current official plan and modernize land use planning policy to responsibly and sustainably guide the township's growth until the year 2051. So this project has a bit of history dating back to June of 2015 when the township launched the official plan review project, which is a significant township-wide planning initiative. Over the years, the project has faced some delays due to changes in planning staff, as well as ongoing updates to provincial legislation and policy. So 4 drafts of the proposed new official plan have been released for comment over the years, starting in 2023 and most recently in January of 2026. With each release of the draft official plan, the related documents were made available to the public on the township's website, as well as through viewing at the Municipal Administration Center. With respect to community and stakeholder engagement, we've had regular updates posted to the township's planning and land use webpage. There's been email distribution with project updates provided to the County of Simcoe's approval authority, prescribed agencies, Indigenous communities, and individuals who have subscribed for updates. We had a public information center on June 12th, 2025. We had an open house on December 9th, 2025. And most recently, we had a statutory open house on February 11th, 2026. The project has also been promoted through multiple channels, including the township's website, township's community board, social media, and notices and community newsletters. Following the circulations and public engagement opportunities, comments have been received from the County of Simcoe, the Public School Board, Toronto and Region Conservation Authority, Nottawasaga Valley Conservation Authority, the Health Unit, Canada Post, Enbridge Gas, as well as various planning consultants on behalf of the development community or private landowners and the public. Comments received by subject include comments on secondary plans and settlement form and design, planning for new public service facilities, including schools, increased recreation, parks and trail opportunities, more housing options, including affordable housing and additional residential units, increasing the number and variety of commercial and retail business opportunities, employment lands development, protecting the environment, including natural heritage, source water protection, and watershed planning, and protecting people and property from natural hazards, climate change, and the transportation system, and specifically active transportation. So now I'm going to speak to the new official plan structure. So we have section 1, the introduction, which includes the purpose of the plan, the vision, the structure, and legislative and policy basis. Section 2 is grow, directs where and how growth and development is to occur. We have section 3, which is the land use designations, which identifies permitted uses and development policies for each land use designation. Section 4, preserve, focuses on the wise use and management of resources within the township. Section 5 is protect, directs development away from natural and man-made hazards. Section 6 is connect, promotes connectivity through transportation, infrastructure, public service facilities, and community networks. And the implement section, which provides tools and processes to ensure the plan's policies are effectively applied. Section 8 is definitions, and section 9 is schedules, which I'll be talking more about. So with respect to the structure, as I mentioned before, it's going to provide direction that will inform decisions regarding growth and development in the township over the next 25 years. It's structured on the 5 key themes that I've just mentioned. These themes establish a framework for long-term land use planning, ensuring that growth aligns with sustainable development, environmental conservation, and community well-being. There is a hierarchy of settlements that's been established, with urban settlement areas being Colgan and Everett that have municipal water and wastewater systems, and rural settlement areas, Glencairn, Hockley, Lisle, Loretto, and Rosemont. There's a complete implementation section included to address the use of a variety of planning tools to support responsible growth and development. So on this slide is an overview of the various land use designations that apply within the Oak Ridges Marine Conservation Plan area, and those 4 designations are drawn directly from the Oak Ridges Marine Conservation Plan, and 13 designations and 1 overlay designation that apply to lands outside of the Oak Ridges Marine area. Many of these have been carried over from our previous official plan. There are a few changes to note with respect to the land use designations. So within the settlement areas, there are no longer any lands designated rural or agricultural. Lands currently designated rural or agricultural have been updated to the residential or the future development designations. The future development designation is intended as a holding category for lands within the settlement areas that are not needed to accommodate near-term growth, but are considered logical locations for eventual future growth, subject to meeting certain criteria. We also have a new waste management designation that's been created to recognize the existing county-owned waste management sites and can be used for any future county or private waste management site that is approved in the township. There is the new employment lands Category 1 and Category 2 designations, and these have been created to recognize the existing designated and zoned commercial industrial lands that are in the Highway 89 employment corridor. Next slide. Also want to speak to the new Greenlands overlay. So this, the new Greenlands overlay applies to lands within and outside of the settlement area boundaries, but not within the Oak Ridges Marine Conservation Plan area. The addition of the new Greenlands overlay and related policies is required to demonstrate consistency and conformity with the natural heritage policies of the provincial planning statement and the County of Simcoe official plan. Outside of settlement areas, the Greenlands overlay applies to those lands within the natural heritage system of the County of within the natural heritage system of the County of Simcoe, which is generally identified as the Greenlands designation in the county's official plan. Within the settlement areas and the Highway 89 employment lands area, the Greenlands overlay is a consolidated layer made up of natural heritage features and natural hazard lands. So the Greenlands overlay designation provides a layer of planning policy over top of the underlying land use designation, and as such, all uses and forms of development remain subject to the policies of the underlying land use designation as identified on the land use plan schedules to this plan. However, where new development or redevelopment is proposed in the overlay designation, the township shall review the application in consideration of natural heritage features and functions or any natural hazard constraints that may apply to the subject lands in consultation with the County of Simcoe and the Conservation Authority where applicable. This is already the current process the township follows in consideration of development applications. Legally existing uses within the Greenlands overlay will be recognized and may continue. So in the new official plan, we have 23 new schedules in total. First is the municipal structure, which is a new schedule. It identifies the ag and rural areas, urban and rural settlement areas, as per the hierarchy I noted earlier, the Oak Ridges Marine Conservation Plan area, Earl Rowe Provincial Park, and the Highway 89 employment lands. Schedules A1 to A5 and B1 to B7 are the land use plans for the lands throughout the township. Schedule C1 to C3 is the township's natural heritage system. It includes the identification of watercourses, fish habitat, valley lands, wetlands, woodlands, provincial park, Oak Ridges Moraine, as well as the county greenlands. We have a new natural hazards schedule that identifies lands that are subject to flooding and erosion that are regulated by the conservation authorities. We also have schedules E1 to E3, which are source water protection schedules. They identify wellhead protection areas, significant groundwater recharge areas, and highly vulnerable aquifers. We also have a mineral aggregate resource schedule and our transportation system schedules G1 and G2. So the next steps in this project. So all feedback received in association with the statutory open house and public meeting will be considered in the preparation of an updated version of the new official plan. The township is planning to hold a final public meeting in the coming months, timing to be determined and will be announced publicly. Following this additional public meeting, planning staff will then provide council with a report recommending adoption of the finalized new official plan. And it's anticipated this report will be presented to council at a regular scheduled council meeting in the spring of 2026. So the County of Simcoe is the approval authority for the township's new official plan. And following Township Council's adoption of the new official plan, Township planning staff will prepare the necessary adoption record to be sent to the county for their approval consideration. So the county has options. They may approve the new official plan as adopted, or they may approve with any necessary modifications. Following approval of the new official plan by the county, the township will then commence amending its comprehensive zoning bylaw to bring it into conformity with the new official plan. This must be completed within 3 years of the new official plan coming into effect. So this concludes this evening's presentation. Again, thank you for attending this public meeting, and we look forward to hearing any feedback that you might have. A copy of the proposed new official plan is available on the township's website. If you'd like to submit comments, you can submit those comments to the planning department at planning@adjtos.ca. And comments will be accepted up to the date of adoption of the new official plan by Township Council. That concludes my presentation. I'm now going to open up the floor to the public with any questions or comments they might have.
Great, thank you, Mr. Merrick, appreciate the presentation. So that is the next step in the process here, so residents certainly have the opportunity to comment this evening. And so with that, I will acknowledge that any person may attend the public meeting and or make written or verbal representation either in support of or in opposition to the proposed draft official plan. Please note all names and addresses will become part of the public record and will be included within the minutes of council. Are there any persons that wish to provide comments in support of or against the official draft, the proposed draft official plan? And those wishing to speak, if you would just raise your hand and then come forward to the podium, please. Yes, ma'am. If you'd like to come forward, please. And if you could state your name and mailing address, please. sorry, we just want to make sure, can you turn the mic on for us, please? Can we do that? Sorry, we'll make sure that's
Okay.
perfect, thank you.
Good evening. I'm Cindy Guittard. I am the owner of the property 7884 County Road 13 in Lisle. As part of the official plan update, I am requesting that my land be considered for inclusion within the Lisle settlement area so that the designation better reflects the property's actual use and capability. The 7.5 acre remnant parcel created by a boundary adjustment cannot function as agricultural land. Physical characteristics, ponds, forests, outbuildings, and limited area make agricultural use impossible. Also, as part of the boundary change, the township imposed a condition prohibiting all animals or livestock. The parcel is not farmable and cannot meet the definition of a viable agricultural unit. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, appreciate it. Are there any other persons in the audience wishing to speak this evening? Yes, sir. Come on up, Rick.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Rick Bailey, 8193 Main Street in Everett. I have been studying this plan for a long time. I wish to thank the staff who have heard a lot from me lately and have been very helpful in formulating what I would like to say and what I would like to see in this township. So I have two different things I'd like to talk about, and that is either the official plan and the development expansion. Are they separate, or can I talk about both?
You can speak about the official plan in regards to boundary line or boundary adjustments into settlement areas. So they might merge into one.
Well, he did mention the infrastructure for water.
Yes, so go ahead, Rick.
So what I'm concerned about is the intersection in Everett. According to the development plan, that's going to have a major reconstruction. Where's that water going to go? I haven't seen any plans. I haven't talked to anybody about this, and I know from past history, I've seen that whole corner underwater. I don't think anybody here has ever seen that, but I have seen it. I've also seen what happens when too much water comes down there and goes to the north. It goes down through what we'd call the first grow hall subdivision. And when the hurricane went through here in '85, I was on the fire department pumping out basements in that subdivision. So any water that's coming from that Four Corners in Everett is going to go down there. So where's that water going to go? And that is a very detailed plan, because if it goes to the south, that's another whole problem. And the development on County Road 13 is a major problem because it is not agricultural friendly. I noticed that our representatives on council here are not very farmer. They don't have a degree in farming, I don't think. And so with the change in our equipment right now is we cannot get up and down those roads with our big equipment right now. Thank goodness it's only at certain times that we have to do that. But just like tonight when I was coming in here, the county plow was going down the road and there was 30 cars behind him. That's what can happen with agriculture equipment if it's blocking the road. And we don't do it deliberately, it's just, that's the game of farming now, is big time. The reconstruction of the 6th concession, I think, is a very good idea. When I was younger, that was a passable road, and I think you should approach the Camp Borden. They're the ones that wrecked that road. In the 70s and 80s, 60s and 70s, they used that road for a training road. And they would send their heavy-duty trucks in there, and they messed up that road big time, because I can remember it being a passable road. And that road has never been really what you'd call passable since. And it's got all kinds of potentials down there too, because I think we need more commercial, and that's an excellent place to put commercial. It's on the east side of Everett, and the winds are always from the west, so you don't get noise, you don't get dust, you don't get odor. It should be developed, that 6th line, and it was attempted at one time to help development go in there, but that got canned shortly. I also think there's nothing I've heard more of in the last 2 months is about snow fence. And I have a proposal that maybe there could be an exemption in our plan where a farmer plants trees and that land is exempt from taxes or whatever, or he's given the trees or whatever. Get some blockages on these roads where the snow drifts are known, or go back to the snow fences. It's been a big problem, and there's a lot of people traveling these roads now, and with 3,000 more homes going into Everett, it's going to be a problem on that County Road 13. So that's it for now.
Okay, appreciate the comments. All right, are there any other persons in the audience wishing to speak on the proposed draft official plan? All right, seeing none. Madam Clerk, did we receive any comments in writing with regards to the official plan?
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, we did receive 7 written comments. All of these comments will be included in a future staff report that will be coming to council. But for the public record, we did receive written comments from Enbridge Gas, Weston Consulting on behalf of the property owner of 275 Elizabeth Street, MHBC on behalf of multiple property, on behalf of the owner of multiple properties, being 3670 Concession Road 4, 3754 Concession Road 4, 8292 20th Side Road, 8386 20th Side Road, 5770 County Road 15, 5791 Concession Road 3, 5686 Concession Road 4, 7317 Concession Road 3, 3883 Concession Road 3, 5175 Concession Road 4, 7739 Concession Road 3, 7503 Concession Road 2, 7472 Concession Road 2, a parcel of land ending with the roll number 402300, a parcel of land with the roll number ending 204000. We also received written comments from Michael Winia on behalf of the property owner of 7555 15th Side Road. Written comments from Michael Winia on behalf of the property owner of 7191 Concession Road 3. And written comments from Robert Russell regarding additional residential unit policies.
Okay, thank you. And now I'll go to council, or if there's any questions or comments from council to Mr. Merrick. Councillor Meadows?
We use some microphones.
Yes, please.
Okay. Just a couple of items. One of them with regards to the term affordable housing. Can we have that defined a little more specifically within our official plan?
Through your worship to Councillor Meadows, yes, we can. I believe the term affordable is identified within the definition section, but we can certainly look to clarify exactly what affordable housing is within the policies of the plan.
Okay, thank you. Also, I noticed comments received. I didn't see anything with regards to telecommunications. Did we receive anything with regards to telecommunications for our plan?
Through your worship to Councillor Meadows, no, we did not.
I think that would be pretty important for us to have something from the telecommunications with regards to our township, especially with the lack of it that we have here. I'd like to see some changes, and I'm sure a lot of other people would in this community as well. We have a lot of dead zones, and hopefully we can get some response from these organizations moving forward. That's about it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other comments from council? Questions? Councillor Simpson?
Thank you, through the chair. Just one thought that I had in seeing this. Excellent job in terms of putting all this information together, putting everything, bringing everything up to date. One thing I would like to note is perhaps it might be beneficial to have an area of the official plan that just talks about like history. We have all these settlement areas and everything like that, and maybe just highlighting the history of these areas might be beneficial, just as a little, I mean, it's informational, and it also provides greater context for residents. Thank you.
Okay, any further comments from council? Okay, I'll just take the opportunity. I know, I think, Mr. Merrick, you mentioned in your presentation, well, it wasn't in the presentation itself, but you mentioned about another public meeting. So I just wanted, if you could clarify the next steps for us as well, so everyone understands what the next processes are for the official plan, like the next immediate step, I guess.
Your worship, yep, so we are going to take a look and consider all of the public input, agency input that we've received to date. We did receive quite a few, submissions just as of today that we haven't had a chance to look at, but we're certainly going to review those, consider those with respect to any necessary updates to the policies and the map schedules to the official plan. We will put out a formal notice of public meeting with respect to, the future public meeting that we're consider holding. And that updated official plan document that considers all the input received will be released publicly as well. And then following that, we will be, after that next public meeting, we will be circling back to council with a recommendation to approve the finalized official plan document.
Okay, thank you. Is there any clarification on that process from council? Okay, just before, I guess there's other questions? Okay, just before I go to Councillor Meadows, I just wanted to provide my thanks. I know, Mr. Merrick, you and I had a conversation that lasted quite some time with regards to the official plan. And although we're not in a position tonight to look at approving that, and certainly there's comments that are coming in, and I welcome the additional comments and the additional public meeting aspect. So that allows everyone to provide comments on the official plan. But the amount of work that has gone into this process thus far to get it to this stage is commendable, and so I do appreciate the work, and on behalf of council, thank you. So Councillor Meadows.
Yeah, I was just going to reiterate what you just said. I'd like to thank staff. This is 3 terms of council. I've been sitting here waiting for the official plan to come through, and hopefully by the time I leave, we'll have this finished. And staff, you guys have done a great job, and I would just like to thank you all for all that you've done. I'm just curious if somebody from accounting or staff could, we had an outside company that's been looking into this for many years. How much we've paid out in this so far to the organization that was looking at it in the beginning, and are we able to recoup anything because of the fact that staff are the ones that have put this forward and not the organization that was looking into it?
So Councillor Meadows, I think staff could come back with something for council at a later time with that.
Okay, that's fine. As long as somebody's looking into it, because it's an answer I'd like looked into. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor O'Leary.
Through the chair, my only comment is our transportation issue, because we are such a large area. We don't have any transportation whatsoever, public transportation, that is. On the accessibility committee, we do have a bus that goes around and picks up the handicapped people, but the bus doesn't go to Everett. It doesn't go to Loretta or Colgan. I think maybe if we could look into expanding at least that much, if not more, in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Just on a side note, Councillor Leary, I think the clerk would be able to help you out with something to take back to the Accessibility Committee at the county for that, to help you out with that process. Okay, any further questions on the public meeting aspect? Okay, seeing none. So I now declare the public meeting closed at 7:07 PM. All right, so that takes us on to presentations then. And we have a presentation from Andrew Marabella, Hempson Consulting, regarding the 2026 Development Charges Background Study and Draft Capital Program. So Andrew, welcome to the newly minted council chambers, and I do appreciate you driving up tonight in this weather. We look forward to your presentation, and I'm sure you'll get some questions from us after the presentation, or would you prefer questions throughout?
It's through the mayor and
Okay.
council's call on.
All right, let's go through the presentation and we'll come back and ask questions.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor, members of council. My name again is Andrew Marbella from Hempson. I'm glad to be back to council today. Again, the presentation's about the development charge background study, and we are presenting some of the draft results that we've taken back since our council education session. We've worked with staff for the last couple months to come to this point. So we just go to the next slide here. We'll talk a little bit about our today's agenda. I'll provide a very brief overview of the legislation and some of the updates. I'll go through the study process in terms of the calculations of the kind of the three key inputs, being the development forecast, the determination of our historic service levels, and the capital programs, and effectively what is recoverable from development charges. Those are what's going to drive the calculated rates that we have. We'll go through the current rates versus the calculated, some comparisons to some neighboring communities, and then we'll just cap off the presentation with next steps and where we go from here. So just more for the public's sake, but just what are development charges? Council is quite familiar with them, but they're imposed on development to pay for any of the growth-related capital costs. Reminder that the development charges and the legislation is about looking at growth-related infrastructure, so it cannot be used to pay for things like regular repair, replacement of your existing infrastructure. It does look at paying for infrastructure and facilities to maintain our service levels. Typically, the DCs are funded at an upper tier level, a region or county, area municipal DCs, as well as the education DCs. In your particular instance, you'll have development charges at all three levels there, and obviously you're collecting on behalf of all of them, but your rates are only for your area municipal rate is what we're going to be covering today. The principle is growth pays for growth, so we're looking at making sure that the needs of new development, the infrastructure requirement for them are paid by those, and that it's not kind of being supported by your existing residents. If we go to the next slide, just looking at the recent legislation, our Fighting Delays in Building Faster Act, Bill 60, it was enacted in November of 2027 of 2025. The key goal, or one of the overarching themes is by the province and kind of coming through to that bill, is continuing to look at reducing municipal DCs as a key priority and one of the ways to kickstart the housing industry, get shovels in the ground, and that's certainly kind of come through as part of the Bill 60 requirement, and also to increase the transparency around the way development charges are collected and the way they're used. So we go to the next slide. A couple of the key things that have came out of the legislation. There's a special treatment for land acquisition, so you'll see that in my presentation where we have a separate category of service now for land, something that the municipality never had before. We have to prepare a local service policy, and something that we're working currently with staff on, which delineates what is going to be developer funded directly and what's going to make its way into the development charge calculation. There's increased transparency around your DC financial statements, so more on the treasurer, on how we report on DCs. And there's also a requirement now for further disclosure to the minister, in which case your local service policy, your background study, and your bylaw has to be made available to the minister upon request. Needless to say, this type of information is usually available on the public website anyways, but it has to be made available at that request. If we go to the next slide, just as an overview of the Development Charge Act and some of the statutory exemption and requirements that are currently embedded within it, the DCs are exempt for affordable housing, and affordable housing as it relates to the way it's defined in the Development Charges Act. And then there's also exemptions for attainable housing. Attainable housing is not currently defined, but as it does come through, it would perhaps now apply to those types of attainable type units. Exemption for nonprofit housing and long-term care homes developments are all exempt from the payment of DCs. There is also a tiered scale of discounts that's applicable for purpose-built rental housing based on the number of bedrooms in those units. So 3 bedrooms or more, you get 25%. 1 bedroom, you're going to get 15%, and 20% for a 2-bedroom unit. ADUs, additional dwelling units in existing and new homes, are exempt from the payment of DCs. The exemption for the expansion of industrial space, up to 50%, continues to be exempt from DCs, and that's been in the legislation for years now. And then exemption for municipal boards and boards of education are all exempt from the payment of DCs. So just in terms of the DCs in the township, just as a refresher, the bylaw that you currently have took effect in December of 2021, effectively imposed municipal-wide DCs for both your general and your engineered services. It also included an ASDC for the Everett settlement area for particular roadworks. That bylaw expires on December 10th of 2026. The township is looking to advance the passage of that new bylaw, which we're targeting a May passage. One thing just to note is the new bylaw, because of some of the changes that have occurred, the new bylaw won't have an area specific for Everett because that infrastructure is now going to be paid directly by the developer, and we won't be recovering it from the development charge framework. Prior to passing a bylaw, we have to do 2 things. 1, undertake a background study. 2, we have to hold at least 1 public meeting. So we're in the process of, from this point, we'll be preparing the background study. The formal consultation process will follow. Go to the next slide. Just looking at the overall process itself, I know I went through this at the last meeting, but we, at a very high level, we go through the development forecast, looks at the amount, type, and location of development. That helps inform our development-related capital program in terms of what infrastructure and facilities that we need to build in order to manage that growth. You'll see on the right, we've got, of that flow chart, we've got the 15-year historic service level. We have to look at our preceding 15 years before we can look at the future, and we can only use DCs to maintain that average level of service. We cannot use DCs to increase our level of service. So through this process, we put a lot of emphasis on that historic service level to make sure that we are trying to capitalize and maximize as much as we can from our development charge eligibility framework. Once we've kind of taken into those considerations, our capital costs are then adjusted for by the legislation, and we have our costs eligible for DC recovery. Residential, they're on a per unit basis. Non-residential, it's on a per square foot or per square meter basis. So go to the next slide, just to kind of go through the projections here. And we're using a 10-year time horizon for all services that we've got. We've shown the forecast out to 2051, just to more for illustration purposes, recognizing for the development that's coming online. Our population's in the gold line, our households are in green, and then our employment is in gray. We certainly see there's been an increase in population over the last number of years, and it seems that your existing population as it stands now already exceeded what was in the county MCR work. Effectively, this plan going to exceed those numbers still, so we're kind of keeping on a pretty higher level of growth trend that we're seeing based on the developments that we know that are coming in the pipeline. So we have a 10-year growth of about 740 units with population growth of about 2,100 people and about 350 employees within that period. And we have that level of growth kind of continue on at that pace for the remaining period to 2051. And I guess the other important point to note is that we have it staged a little bit that, growth is still on the lower end over the next couple of years until the plant actually is expanded, and then we have growth ramping up towards the latter end when the plant is expanded and the capacity is available. So if we go to the next slide, just to kind of rehash the historical service level component, we cannot use DCs again to increase the level of service. So we look at both the quality and the quantity of the service when we're actually doing the work itself. And that average service level sets our limit on the maximum allowable funding envelope. So based on our historic service level on a per capita or per capita employee basis, multiplied by our population growth, gives us our funding envelope calculation, and that is used in the determination of our rates. So if we go to the next slide, once we've got our service level analysis, we've moved to our capital program. We had a series of discussions with all different staff to help inform our development-related capital program. We've looked at our 2026 capital budget. We've looked at the previous DC background study. As I mentioned, we discussed with staff on the project listings, as well as consulted with your servicing plans and your master plans that you've done to help compile what is eligible or can be eligible for growth. The DC eligible costs then from the gross project costs are then adjusted by all those legislative deductions and what we can recover from DC's in period versus what has to be considered for outside benefit. So if we go to the next slide, just looking at the overall capital program in totality, we have a $76 million program out over 10 years. When you look at the gross costs, we have a sizable share of the program that's related to your fire services, about $48.7 million. Your services related to a highway, which relates to your roads and your public works at $20 million, and your parks and recreation is the next largest share at about $5 million. When you look at, kind of go down the line there, not the entirety of that gross cost is eligible for DC recovery. We have about $34 million is considered to be your benefit to existing, so shares of the program that are not growth related, that have to be funded from non-DC sources. We have available DC reserve funds of about $5.8 million, and we use that to apply our growth related cost. And then we have our two columns there of our in period and then our other development related. The in-period share that's highlighted in red is about $18 million, and that's the share of the program that's going to be considered for recovery in this 10-year period. And that's the amount of money that we're trying to collect from development charges through the rates. And most of which is related to fire protection, services related to highway, and parks and recreation. So your three largest gross costs are where we're actually recovering from. The other development-related share is shares of the program that are still DC eligible. They can be funded from development charges, but they're not included for recovery in this 10-year planning period. So they will have to be considered in your next DC bylaw. Largely that's because of their service level restrictions. So based on our funding envelope calculations, we'll see fire protection, for example, or parks and recreation, we are funding to the maximum permissible funding envelope. So anything that's above that service level restriction will move into that other development related column or a post-period share. That's still growth related, still development charge eligible, but because of the act, we have to consider it in the next study. And that's what's really driving a lot of those other development-related shares. If we go to the next slide, just to kind of give an overview of our key capital projects, there's certainly a decent amount of new space and requirements in our capital program. Some of the largest capital programs are related to your fire services for a new fire station in Everett, part of which will be building a new one but replacing the existing one. We have the Loretto Fire Station replacement and expansion as well. Those are the two at the top for $22.2 and $20.5 million. We have the addition of 2 net new ladder trucks at 100 foot, additional community services space and meeting space in there as well. Outdoor amenities, largely that's in step with your Parks and Rec master plan in terms of what's required. We have the replacement and widening of 2 bridges, your concession 6 improvements, the replacement and upsizing of your Everett Depot, and some additional fleet sidewalk development, and the additional land requirements associated with that fire station are also included. We've included the capital programs in totality as part of the package. This just gives a summary of some of the gross costs and some of the programs and projects within it. So if we go to the next slide, looking at the rate calculations themselves, the draft DCs have been calculated based on these inventories, the funding envelopes, and the capital programs that we've got. We did cash flow the rates, meaning that we did take into consideration any interest and financing costs associated with undertaking the program, which means that that's built in and embedded into the calculation. The charge is typically levied, again, residentially and non-residentially, so residential on a by-unit type basis. Non-residential, it's going to be on a square foot or square meter basis. So I made you wait for the punchline long enough, so we'll get to the draft calculated rates here. So on the calculated township-wide residential DCs, for a single and semi-detached unit, we've calculated $24,308. You'll see the charges on a per unit basis are differentiated by unit type. which are based on the occupancy patterns within them. And then the pie chart to the left looks at the distribution of that charge based on the different service categories that we got. So to break out that $24,000 single detached dwelling unit rate, where is that money going and how is it comprised? Most of which is going to be related to your fire protection services and your services related to a highway. Those are your two biggest categories in which we're going to be collecting for. And if you think back a couple slides when we looked at our DC capital program, our costs and our DC eligible costs, there's a direct relationship to what we're funding from DCs and then the actual rates that were coming out at the bottom line. You'll notice that the one new category is our land acquisition, which is something that you currently don't have and you're not collecting for, but because of the legislation and the way we have to treat land as a separate category, that is now built in as a separate cost recovery and a separate charge in the background study. So if we go to the next slide, how does that compare to the current rates that you have relative to the calculated ones? Your current charge is about $12,400 for a single detached unit. We've calculated a rate of $24,308. So it gives us an increase of almost double of where we currently sit. All your services are generally going up, with the minor exception of police services, which is pretty much kind of staying status quo to where it is. Most of the responsibility is just through OPP, and there's kind of just an equipment component in here that we're recovering for. Your largest increase is going to be in fire protection and parks and recreation services, as well as our new land category as well, of about $600 charge, which is not currently being levied right now. So, where does that rate sit relative to other communities, which is kind of going to go on the next slide. And, this can get a little crowded, but we did try to compare your current rate and the calculated rate relative to some other communities. This chart shows the lower tier charge, the upper tier charge where applicable, and the education development charge within it. And we note here that we did exclude water and wastewater from the comparable list, recognizing that the township's charge does not have water and wastewater in it. So to make it somewhat of an apples to apples, we tried to take that out. The other notable item here is that we didn't take out things such as indoor recreation or library services, which are typically embedded within a lot of the other service categories. And in your particular case, you don't have any indoor recreation facilities, so not in the service level, and it's not in your capital program. But that could represent kind of 20 to 25% of some of those rates that we're seeing. So it's quite a sizable share. So, although we're moving kind of up towards the middle of the pack here, that is with you guys not having that indoor recreation or library service charge within it, while the others do. With that, your current charges kind of generally on the mid to lower end, and this would kind of put you towards the middle end of the spectrum here. There are obviously some notable ones that are much higher than you as we get closer to the GTA, Innisfil, Bradford, West Gwillimbury, and your neighbor in New Tecumseth also has significantly higher DC rates than yourselves. Again, part of which is being driven by services and things and service levels that they have that currently aren't available here right now. Go to the next slide. That kind of captures the residential side of things. On the non-residential side, we calculated a rate per square meter of $81.81, most of which is going to be attributed to, again, fire protection services and your services related to a highway. I will note that there's a higher and greater proportionate share of that charge gets weighted to these areas, as we don't collect or don't impose a charge for parks and recreation for those types of services. Those are 100% attributed to residential development, so they don't make their way into the non-residential rate. We'll go to the next slide, just to kind of go through the calculated rate. The current rate that's imposed is $48.55 per square meter, calculated a rate of $81.81, which gives us about a 70% increase in the total non-residential charge per square meter. And again, most of which is related to an increase in the service areas, with the exception of parks and recreation, which isn't attracting a DC rate itself for it. If we go to the next slide, just looking at the comparison of rates relative to other communities, the positioning of where the township sits current versus calculated is quite similar here as it is on the residential side. going from the kind of the lower end of the spectrum in Simcoe County and some of the neighbors up towards the middle of the communities here. Again, and this excludes water and wastewater. There's a lot more latitude in municipalities in terms of on the policy side of things, how they treat the non-residential sector, where some may look at imposing discounts or exemptions for industrial or institutional development. So that kind of varies via the bylaw component, but from a rate perspective, this is where it stands. So just to kind of cap off maybe some key decision points here for council. Obviously, a big input here is the development-related capital program, which we've tried to go through in some length here and also included as a package. So there'll be some consideration from council at this point and as we go through the public consultation process about approving that capital program. Consideration for area rating, which at this point we've are proceeding with a township-wide approach where area-specific services for a lot of these services doesn't make a lot of sense. We usually see that in water and wastewater services or stormwater services where the infrastructure and the benefiting areas are a lot more delineated. There's one statutory public meeting required. Council has the authority to hold another, and we're more than happy to do that. That's a decision point that can be made later on. And then there's the actual implementation of the rates. Council has the authority to implement the maximum permissible rates immediately. You can phase them in, you can delay them. There's latitude on how you want to impose them. We obviously just can't impose a DC rate higher than what we've calculated for any service category, so it has to be on a service area by service area basis. And then you also have the authority about looking at exemptions. There's the ones that are provided through legislation and through the DCA. We can't override those, but if you want to add to the exemption list, look at industrial, look at institutional, that's just a hypothetical example, you have the authority to do that. So through the 2026 DC bylaw update on the next slide here, it'll be updated with the new legislative requirements. We'll look at, again, looking at any council's decisions on what those exemptions will look like or any other policy objectives. I just do note that any exemptions or discounts that are imposed via council through the bylaw, it's my duty to tell you that we can't make up those lost revenues by higher DCs, so they have to be made up by non-DC sources. So there's financial consequences associated with any decision like that. And then just kind of looking at the last slide, I'm sure I went a little over my time a lot here, I apologize, but we're on the track here to release a DC background study for public consultation. The goal is to have it done for March 13th, and which we will have a statutory public meeting on April 8th. Sufficient notice and proper notice of that meeting has to be done. And then we'll be looking to pass a bylaw about approximately a month later after the public meeting for May 13th, following which your DC bylaw can come into force at that time or at a later time, but it would be intended to be passed at that council meeting on the 13th. That does conclude my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions or comments you may have.
Thank you very much, and I appreciate it. And I know we have the report on from Mr. Anderchuk later, but
Yep.
you're the certainly the subject matter expert here, so we're going to take a bit more of your time if you're
Sure.
okay with that.
Yeah, absolutely.
I've got a few, if I may, just to start. And I apologize if I'm jumping around, but the other development-related items on the list,
Mhm.
if council so chose to move those up, can we borrow against future DCs for those projects?
Yeah, through the mirror, I mean, effectively, they're the same, a lot of them are, some of them are the same projects, just some of the share of the project cost is shifted post-period. But part of it's just a calculation method. If you can fund it through DCs, it's just technically that those dollars aren't going to be available for other projects that are occurring in period that are on the list. So you can move it around, but there might be shortfalls in some of those other projects.
Okay, thank you. And then the second question is just, and I'm not sure if you'd be able to answer this one. We charge for police services under DCs for capital projects.
Mhm.
We pay a service contract, of course, with the OPP.
Mhm.
I believe there'd be some sort of calculation maybe within that for capital expenditures. But in often cases, how would that work? Like, we collect the dollars, if they built a new detachment in the area, would there be a separate billing? Or I'm just looking for what you've seen in the past where where would that charge for capital services come back to the municipality that we've collected for?
Yeah, and that's a good question, and it is a little tough with police, because the capital component is built into the charge that's already there, so have to look at the actual contract and see if there's a capital component, which you can take some of your DC dollars, I guess, and apply it to the growth-related, the expansion capital component within what's there. Part of the problem is the DC rate that you're collecting for police is quite low, so even at the end of the year, we're talking a few $1,000s in terms of the DC reserve, which might not be enough to offset a whole lot, but, I mean, it can be used for that purpose.
And I appreciate that clarification. And the only reason I ask is just simply we might have to dig a bit deeper into our contract, but we are collecting for it. So if we're collecting for it, we should use it. So I just wanted to clarify that. On the next steps for council to make decisions, I can understand that you might be looking for some comments tonight on the capital program. I would certainly be interested in holding a second public meeting. I think it's imperative that we engage the public as much as possible on these matters. Whether council agrees, I know we can make that decision at a later time, but I think that would be the most prudent opportunity, and however that could work to keep up with the timelines or to shift them around a wee bit, but not to get too far behind. And then the other options you had mentioned about the implementation options. When would council need to make considerations of that? Is that when the bylaw comes? Like, we're gonna have to have some direction back to somebody to draft a bylaw, whether it's enacted as of, the end of the year, as of July, as of whatever date, but also the implementation, if we were going to phase in development charges over the next 2 years instead of 5 years or something. When would those decisions need to be made?
Yeah, so that's a excellent point here. So, I mean, part of the reason we're here today is to kind of start putting those conversations in front of you to kind of start thinking about if that's what you want to do, but there will be more formalized points. I would say when we get to the public meeting, there may be communication from the industry about options for implementation and phasing it in, which could give us ideas on how to do that. But certainly after the public meeting, typically what we would do is staff would come back with a staff report in between the point of which we're passing a bylaw and the public meeting to get council's direction on, are we looking at full implementation of the rates, phasing, so that at that point we would seek some more formal direction on which avenue we'll go, so then we come back with a bylaw. It's a bylaw that reflects somewhat council's intention, or we can come back during, obviously have that conversation on May 13th as well, but if we can advance it, it'd be easier.
Okay, appreciate that. And then just going through the actual capital program, just a few comments that I wanted to make. Particularly, and I'll just start with the fire services. And I understand, again, there's concerns for future equipment, but a municipality of our size wouldn't generally require 2 ladder trucks. And I'll paraphrase, I'll give the information I'd look at is, I'm not looking at just the DCs now. I'm looking in 20 years when we have to replace that fire truck for $2.2 million, and it's not gonna be DCable. So my.
It won't be 2.2.
Oh, yeah, it'll be 3.3.
Now with today's
In
inflation
25
rates, yeah.
25 years. But my question would be, I've seen within the other sections of this capital program, under Public Works, for example, it says additional growth vehicles. Can we be less specific about an item on here that if we were looking at like fire vehicles or fire equipment at a certain dollar value, so that it would give a bit of flexibility as to what the needs of the day are to purchase? Say we need another tanker or pumper or something instead of buying a ladder truck. Like, is there an opportunity to scale that back a wee bit to give a bit of flexibility?
Yeah, I mean, the discussion of the 2 ladder trucks, obviously, through discussions with fire chief. And I would defer to them to determine if we actually need a second one or not, but it's also council's decision on how we want to proceed with it. We could, one, remove the second truck and replace it with another kind of catchment line item. I do, from a personal perspective, in the DC, it's a lot more defensible when there's actually a tie to a project. That being said, that project is considered post-period and it's not impacting the DC rate itself. And there's also latitude within the legislation that should that ladder truck not materialize and it does turn into a tanker, you could still technically use the DCs to offset it, but I would make it more accurate to reflect your current day needs. So if that is going to be a tanker, not a ladder truck, then I would rather put what it's actually going to be today
Okay.
in. So we can take that comment back and I can discuss with the team and the fire chief and how to adjust
Absolutely.
that. Okay?
That sounds good. And then just moving on to Parks and Rec, and again, I apologize for just jumping all over here, but.
Yep.
I know a lot of this was referenced for the Parks Master Plan.
Yep.
However, I think there is a gap that we haven't accounted for, and that's additional baseball fields. We have a fairly dynamic baseball organization, a couple in our community, and softball, and something that we haven't really addressed, because I don't think a couple years ago there didn't seem to be the need when we drafted the plan, but that's shifted a wee bit. So if we could, again, generalize that potentially within the, the tennis court or the pickleball or something where we could just kind of merge a few of them together. I think that'd be an opportunity.
Okay.
And the other question I had with regards to that is, I know lands are generally for Parks and Recreation are park and lieu or by the developer. But if the municipality chose to build a facility outside of a settlement area that wasn't related to development, and we had to purchase land to do that, is that land acquisition the same as building for a facility?
You could purchase land for a facility, but you can't purchase land for parkland, if you know what I mean. So if you want to build a rec center on it, you can purchase the land, but if you're going to be purchasing the land to put a baseball diamond on it, we can't use that land.
Okay, so if you're looking at that, would you then look at like a larger parcel of land where you could put a fire hall, a community center, and baseball diamonds all together so that the cost would be shared?
The park, we still have to hive off the parkland.
Absolutely,
Yeah.
I agree.
Yeah.
But you might have a lesser value for the land overall
Yeah. I mean,
for the
there's-
purchase, right?
Yep.
Okay.
And just to comment, that would go now in this new category of service for parkland, or for land acquisition.
Correct.
Yeah, so we have a bucket for that with the fire station land.
Right, and I just
already
didn't
in
know if
there.
we would be able to add
You can add.
those lands additionally into that land acquisition
Correct, yeah.
basket, so, okay. And then, I believe these are questions that might have been already asked too, because I got the email back today, but I just wanted to reiterate that we have made, probably $100,000 in renovations in this building due to, new growth in staff positions, and again, staffing is not a DCable charge. But we've made considerable renovations in the office, and we may look at considerable an addition. Are the administration buildings at all tied to that, or is that, again, just going back to Public Works and Fire, that we could only charge for those services and not for the admin?
That's correct, yeah. It's a little finer line on the administration side, where the admin functions typically are not included in the DC.
Okay, all right. All right, those are the questions that I had at the moment. So I have several hands, so I had seen Councillor Cox, and then I'll go to Councillor Simpson and Councillor Meadows.
Yeah, through the chair, I just want to know, how much impact does your household growth and population growth have on the resulting DC charge?
So through the mayor, it impacts it, but it's tough to give you an exact quantum of it, partly because, so on the engineer services, for example, some of the infrastructure is being built to accommodate development over longer term. So we've prorated the recoverable share based on what's happening in the 10-year period versus what's going to happen over the longer term. So if we move the growth around, the capital costs also change with it. On the soft services, for Parks and Recreation or fire protection, for example, there's a relationship to the population, the household numbers, to the maximum permissible funding envelope. If we increase the growth, it gives us a higher funding envelope, but then it also has the impact of now we're dividing the capital by a higher number as well. So it increases our denominator. So it might not make too much of a difference on the actual DC rate itself. for things that aren't impacted by the funding envelope, if we increase the population and the employment, that we're not service level restricted, and we keep our costs the same, it would bring down the rate, because we're keeping the same cost and we're dividing it out by a larger number. That makes sense. So it's very service specific and project specific, but obviously that input does have a relationship to the total charge. I guess my only comment to that is that the growth that we have and the capital that we have is tied to the unit forecast and tied to the development. And if we add a whole lot more growth, for example, then we may need to revisit the capital program in terms of the timing of capital and the amount of capital, because we might need more capital to accommodate that type of development.
Thank you. Through the chair, the reason I'm asking is because when I look at the 10-year growth, like theoretically, if the Everett development were to go full tilt, get them all built, where household growth was supposed to be, was it 1966? And that population, there's no way it's only 2,105 people, right? That's more.
That's just the 2,000 people's in the 10-year period, right?
Yeah, over the
Yeah.
10-year period. But like if you get 1966 homes, you're getting more than 2,105.
Yes.
Way more than that.
That that's under the presumption that all the units happen in a 10-year period.
Yeah, which, it can happen though, right? Like the build out, if it happens within 10 years, like that's what we're staring down here. If it happens, I would sooner overestimate that than like fine-tunely get it almost to a smaller number, because I see it if that one shift in our economic state and those houses are going up real quick. Yeah. And that's what I'm concerned about, because that number, it just doesn't add up to me when you have a house, you already have an OLT that says there's 1966, but then there's 740 in there. So I think we should capture the 1966 at a bare minimum, because there's also rumors of like over that. I've heard up to 4,000 homes.
So
and if it starts moving, like I say, economic change here where we start like growing and house building becomes, right now it's really slow, but if it picks up again and people start buying, like one COVID situation, you couldn't keep a house. They're flying off the shelves. They'll be building those real quick. So that's my one concern, is that we're kind of giving ourselves a shortfall on one end because of because of those projections.
So through the mayor, I mean, and I appreciate the, trying to balance the scale here. I mean, there's a couple items that we have to consider, though. One, again, there's a relationship to the capital, and I don't want to discount the fact that the DC bylaw can be opened and reviewed at any point in time. And part of this, we're trying to get a bylaw in place. There's still a few years in terms of when the works at the plant are going to be done. And then they have to go through subdivision approval, and, there's anticipation of the market picking up. So we're still looking at 29, 2030, 2031, at which point my sense is that you will be in a position to be reviewing that bylaw when that work gets done. And I don't want to overestimate the growth that we're going to assume in such a short amount of time, because I'm not quite sure we have the capital to support that just yet. So we're going to be putting a lot more growth in without the infrastructure needs to support that development. So I mean, there's points on both sides of the scale. I appreciate that, but.
Councillor Cox?
Oh yeah, supplementary. Yeah, I share the same concern. I don't think we have the infrastructure ready for what's coming, like 100%. But if there's anywhere we can meet in the middle of instead of being like the high end of the projections or the low end of projections, like I just don't think those numbers are accurate, and that they could at least double. But that's
They may not, though.
if it's possible to review them and look at maybe the OLT decisions and also the discussions that have been being had. I do think that is a way underestimate of what's coming, but good work nonetheless, right?
Yeah.
It's just
No.
one observation throughout
Sure.
the.
I would take appreciation of that, and I'll take it back.
Excellent.
Thank you.
I think I might, just before I go to Councillor Simpson, I just, again, might echo the fact that we have to defend our bylaw. So Andrew and staff can certainly take that back and see if there's any revisions to growth. But if it's something that they can't defend for us, then we're gonna end up having an appealed bylaw, it's not gonna be in force and effect, and we're not gonna get anything then. So, again, we have to be cognizant of the fact that we have to be able to defend what we're putting on paper. So, and I'm not disputing your numbers, I believe we could see growth in the next 5 years, a bit more than what is projected, but just saying that we would have to defend what we put on paper. Councillor Simpson?
Through the chair, I had also prepared to ask the same question, and I'll note just for the record, because I am concerned about that graph that's on page 8 of the presentation. With regard to the housing, in 2024, the OLT did approve 1,966 homes, units. And the anticipated population increase from that is anywhere between 7,000 to 9,000 people, just from that. So we know the population will increase. We have been told that. The developers have held public meetings where they have told the residents that within the 10-year horizon, that entire project will be realized. So that is not speculation, that is what has been communicated to the municipality and to residents. Additionally, and this is not speculation, this is not rumors, we are aware that there will be additional growth in Everett. And there is an application that has not yet been brought forward, but which will be coming forward in the future. And we all know that. We know there's going to be additional growth. And with respect to the projections that we've got here, I'm afraid that this might be something like what the county had previously planned, which was 750 people till 2051, being the planning horizon. And I don't want to go down that route again. The county historically has not anticipated growth with regard to our municipality, which is unfortunate. And a lot of the growth that is happening despite of the county. And I'm very concerned because one thing that we have not taken into account is a lot of this growth that is centered in Everett does not, and I believe one of the residents who was in it, who gave a comment, noted this, with regard to Main Street Everett, with regards to County Road 13, those are small roads. When the population comes, when you have a significant amount of people driving on these roads, and we can say that, yeah, it's county responsibility, it's their road, but they never planned for what's happening here. They have no responsibility for what's happening here. Despite us having told them, they have not done that historically. Those roads are going to need to be widened. They're not going to be able to continue as single lane roads. That might require expropriation. That might require an entire houses on those corridors to be acquired by the municipality, redesignated, to facilitate the growth that we are anticipating. And we have not made any accommodation for that at this time. And that worries me. We have not spoken to the county in a meaningful manner with regard to what their plans are. And my worry is if we're not putting aside funds for acquisition of those properties down the line in the form of development charges, that we are hamstringing what we're doing. We're going to be in a situation where residents are not going to be happy. Additionally, on those corridors, I would like to see a community improvement plan where we, as a municipality, plan out what happens, and a community improvement plan also requires significant expenditures. And perhaps you can address this. Could that not be also recovered from development charges?
So,
study could be recovered.
Mr. Marabella, there's lots on box there. I'm not sure if you want to address everything or if you just want to address the last question, but you can certainly address those comments if you like.
I mean, I can address the last question, like, the community improvement plan study can be included.
Okay,
And we put a catchment area in the growth-related studies section too, for studies that we don't know of yet, so that, which we can leverage that line item to fund a CIP should one come to fruition.
okay,
So there is some consideration for things that we just don't know of. And similarly, in the transportation program, there is a line item for growth-related need studies or growth infrastructure that we don't know or has not been identified yet. So there's been some consideration for things that we just don't know of. But again, we need to try to still be somewhat in step with, if there's actual projects and actual plans, then we'll put them in the DC with some latitude to consider that growth is occurring at a rate that perhaps we still haven't seen yet in the municipality. And there's going to be additional infrastructure needs, but I mean, I do want to, kind of reinforce that part of this is going to be, you're doing a study, there's going to be a lot more growth, there's going to be a lot more studies that come out since we complete this. It's going to identify future capital, future infrastructure needs, and you're going to have to be, you're not going to let the bylaw sit 10 years. I can't imagine that would happen.
yeah.
And you're going to have to revisit it, and all large growing municipalities do 3 to 5 year cycles, right?
And this was gonna be my next question, and I apologize, I am gonna be jumping around a little bit. There are a few areas that I wanna hit, especially because this was a very comprehensive, presentation, so,
Yep.
I wanna do it the justice. With regard, excuse me, to additional, studies and additional, development charge background studies to update the numbers. Can we then proceed with additional or updates as new applications come forward?
Yeah, so through the mayor, I mean, you can, I wouldn't, you're not gonna be doing a background study every year, but as new development applications come in and we start to see things change and make usually we kind of see the triggers once our capital plan really starts to deviate from what we've identified, or the growth starts to really deviate, kind of to the councilor's question, then, that's when we would say, okay, is there really material changes to the assumptions that we've done? And if yes, then I would be triggering a background study process earlier than what's required.
Okay.
There's
So 5-year being the trigger,
So 10 years is the legislated amount now.
okay?
It was up from 5 years.
Yeah,
But that doesn't mean you can't do a study at 3, 4, or 5 years.
okay,
But I would be reviewing it in the context of the growth that's occurring and your capital plan. So if you've done, a transportation master plan study, the wastewater treatment plan's done, we're starting to see actually homes and applications coming in Everett. We're starting to see things mobilize, then we'd say, okay, is this the time to do the study? So I mean, there's kind of trigger points of when you want to do it.
so if we see an application coming for Everett, an additional application in the next 2 years, should we then, at that point, does that trigger an additional review in 2 years?
There's no set trigger for it. It's really up to council and staff's.
Okay, because
but-
I anticipate that as soon as that comes in, we may see additional applications coming, not for Everett, but perhaps for Colgan. And I do see that happening. So if that were to happen, should it be a comprehensive review? What do you?
Yeah, I mean, we've done in cases where, we look at we work with the municipality to determine if it's feasible or viable to do a full-scale update. And part of which is because, the times that we're in, the legislation's been changing so quickly, where if you update your bylaw, you may be subject to new rules that you weren't subject to when you did the last study, right?
Right.
So there may be a reason not to do it, not to suggest that that's why you would want not to, but you do want to evaluate all your options. And if there's no change in your capital or you're on the brink of issuing a tender for a master plan, we would suggest to wait till those types of things are done. They give you a clear picture of what's required. Because we're going to be in the same position where we have, a capital forecast that's based on staff's input, but without the input of a master plan or the engineer. So those are the types of things that we would look for.
Okay. That brings me to my next question, which is on slide 11. The other development-related amounts. So you've identified that about 18 million is in period and eligible for development charges under the current So that 18 million gives us the 24,000 I'm anticipating, right?
Correct.
So, this other development related, so those are funding that is specifically excluded because of legislation, is that right?
That is correct, most of which is related to shares of the program that exceed the maximum permissible funding envelope.
Okay.
That are still DC eligible. We have to consider it for next future bylaws.
Future bylaws. So, in that case, when that future bylaw is considered,
Yes.
say in 3 years,
Yes.
would the full amount of that now be eligible and considered in period?
It's still subject to service level restrictions. So that part of the act doesn't go away. So we would reestablish the maximum permissible funding envelope, and any projects that you've incurred or funded, now that goes in the inventory, which helps boost our service level.
Correct.
And then we would have to reestablish what we can actually fund. So yes, some of that might make its way in, but it's unlikely that,
Do you anticipate half of that going into it?
it's tough to say. I mean, like, put it, for example, if you were to build between your now and your next study, you build the fire station,
Right,
and now your fire service level is much higher than it was
before?
when we did it before, then that means now you have a larger cap and
Okay.
service level to use to fund other assets, right?
So
But if
potentially
you're in
it
the
could
same
go
position
higher.
where
Okay,
you haven't built it,
yeah,
then you might be in a very similar state as you are today.
okay.
Yeah.
Got it. Additionally, if I could get to slide 16. Oh, yes. I think one of the things we've noted here is that library and indoor recreation charges are not being included in here. But you did note that that's because we have not approved development-related capital programs. Does that mean that if we were to say that the municipality today prioritizes a community center for Everett as part of the development that is coming forward, that we can then recover those amounts?
Through the mayor, no. So the 20% was related to, that makes up 20% of the charges in other municipalities is related to indoor rec and library.
Yeah.
But because you currently don't have those services, and even if you wanted to build one, we're still bound by our Parks and Recreation service level caps or that limitation. So even if we were to put an indoor recreation center in our capital program, the rate's not gonna change because our Parks and Recreation is capped out at the service level. But those other municipalities that have built that service level over the years, they've got a little bit more capacity, and that's representing a larger share of their charge.
My fear is that we're gonna have 20,000 people in Everett, pretty soon. 10-year horizon, let's say. But then once that population comes in,
Yep.
there's no community center. And for us to build a community center would be upwards of $30 million. And, where are we gonna get that money? Because we don't have the tax base in our municipality. So how do we fund that?
You'd fund it from DCs, but it would be just over a very long period of time.
So we wouldn't be able to do it within the 10-year horizon that's in this DC, even though that's when that population is anticipated. And let's say in 10 years, we can't afford to build it, so we don't build it. Well, the next DC would still not be able to do that because that's not the level of service that we provide to the population.
That's correct.
So the only way then is to raise taxes on residents to build something.
Well, I mean, you can use taxes to advance it, or you can, and then DCs pay it back over a longer period of time, or you're using DCs to fund the indoor recreation center, but it's at the expense of not building the outdoor recreation amenities that are currently identified in the master plan and in the DC. I mean, that part of the backwards level, service level, and the restriction of the act is to prevent, one of the downfalls is to prevent these types of things where you're advancing municipal infrastructure at a service level that hasn't been provided.
Right.
So the only way to kind of build up the service level is to actually acquire new municipal assets. It is unfortunate because, you're in a position where you're growing. I mean, it's hard to kind of keep the ball rolling on both sides, both on the fiscal sustainability side and to provide access to new amenities for your residents.
One thing I will note is you had noted at a previous part of the presentation that perhaps acquisition of land for community centers could be DCable in the current iteration. So is that is the case?
Yes, land acquisition is going to be a new category of service. I don't perceive any issues if we were to purchase land for indoor recreation. Traditionally, that wouldn't be an issue under the old act.
Okay.
But I have to maybe take that back just in terms of, because there's no service level for indoor recreation if we're acquiring land for it, if that's going to be a problem, but
Because
I don't perceive it being an issue, but I will have to, maybe I'll
Okay.
take that comment back and see if we can do something
Yeah,
with
if
that.
you could, I would appreciate that, especially because I do foresee that there will be a need for recreation centers, both in the north and in the south. Not necessarily in Colgan, but perhaps somewhere between Colgan and Loretto, as a future recreation center, and also in Everett as a future recreation center, because the need is there, and certainly, I think once the population comes, they'll be breaking the door of whoever's on council to get this done, right? Because the population that's coming up here, it's not, they're coming from the GTA, and they expect a level of service that we currently don't provide. And so I suspect that might be the case. Now, you did note that council approved a development-related capital program. Could you elaborate on that, on what perhaps might be in that? Is that additional projects?
Sorry, what's that?
This
On the
is slide 20.
Oh, yes. So yes, part of the DC background study, we have to express our intent to undertake the capital project. So part of which is making sure that the projects that we're including are the intentions of council, that we're going to be constructing them and building them and using DCs for them. And that is a requirement of the act. So that's why we do these sessions in advance of the release of a study and before the bylaw, to get this really good feedback on the project list and what we can and can't do. Because we'll take this back now and update our capital program with it.
Okay.
But that would be through the public meeting, through the bylaw, you'll be endorsing the capital program.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mirabello. That's my comments for right now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I do have a couple clarifications, if I could. So
Sure.
when we were referencing the table on page 16 with regards to comparisons, just to clarify, the 20% for the library and indoor recreation are included in the other municipal numbers, and we're
Correct.
comparable to them. So we haven't removed the 20% from those numbers. So if we added 20% to ours, theoretically, we would be much higher in the cycle.
That's correct, yeah. They're built within it, but if you were to either subtract 20% from what's there or add 20% to yours, you're kind of right in the mix.
Okay. And then with regards to, just because I just want to kind of clarify the question with regards to community center, we can borrow against a future DC bylaw to a
Yep.
certain degree.
Correct.
Okay. All right, on my next, what do I have? Councillor Meadows next.
Yeah, I have a lot of concerns with the report that came out as well. It was a better report than I've seen for a long time, though, but there's still some issues. Some of the numbers don't add up. Concession 6 improvements, for one.
Okay.
You got $1.5 million. That road, the improvement for that road at $1.5 million was done in 2013. That's what the cost was back then, $1.5 million. We are now in 2026, so I know that road has got to be at least $3 million. New base, new everything. You know as well as I do, Ron, that's a swamp back there. So you're going to need, it's a lot more than that. Where did you get the figures for the roads calculations? Was that from the new road study that was done? Because that road study, nobody here approved it because we knew that the numbers were wrong. So that's one, yeah, that's where you were given those numbers. Nobody at this council chamber voted in favor of that.
Okay.
Because we knew the numbers were wrong.
Okay, so I'm just going to interject for a moment. Those numbers have not been in the report. They're on tonight's report for consideration for endorsement of that. So that is new information that is just coming to council tonight
Okay.
for the amendment to that report.
Got it.
Which is the same stuff that came before. I mean, it's the same report that keeps coming forward time and time again, and now it's being fluffed up again to meet the requirements of this study. And I'm sorry, I can't agree with it. I don't agree with it. And our roads are in a lot worse shape than what that report stated. We're gonna need a light. Everybody knows we're gonna need a light at the intersection of County Road 5 and County Road 13. And we all know that there's gonna have to be land acquisition that happens at that corner. And at the 6 and 5 as well. And also Main Street Everett. Both ways. There's no way that we can sit here and say that this is, you know, like you're telling me, development's got to pay for development. There's no way you can tell me the roads are going to be adequate to take the amount of people in and out of this township on those two roads for $1.5 million on the 6th concession alone. And I think it was 1.9 million. That was all that was needed for the roads.
And just to clarify, I'm not an engineer, and I didn't cost the roads out, so I'm using the information that is
Well,
provided, and I'm here to hear the feedback if there's any.
I totally agree with you. And this is where I have a problem with these reports that are coming to council, where we're making decisions on this development, and they're not accurate. This is the first time. This is what happened with Colgan. The same thing happened with Colgan. We questioned the reports, and we got in trouble for questioning the reports because they weren't accurate. And look what's happened in Colgan. I'm telling you right now, like we're sitting here spinning our wheels in the mud because as of April, this development's got to go forward and everything's got to be put into place. And I'm not rushing anything through this council for this development that's going to impede the people of this township. And that's exactly what this development's going to do. It's going to impede the people of this township, and it's going to be a big financial burden on every taxpayer in this township. And I don't know why I'm the only one sitting here that can't see that. $65 million grant we got, and we got to pay, we're responsible for 27 cents on the dollar of each. So it's almost $30 million we got to come up with as a municipality. No contract signed, nothing. And here we are, we're going over DC charges without the proper information. To me, it's, I mean, I'm looking at the numbers here for the 10-year population growth, and I'm laughing. Because I know that right off the bat, we're off the mark. We know the population in Colgan was off quite a bit. And now we're going into the same calculations as we did with Colgan, and we're building infrastructure on those numbers, and we know that it's wrong. Like I say, send this report back and do it properly. We're getting shortchanged on our DC charges to fast track this development. Development pays for development. That's what we keep being told. But the taxpayer is always paying the bill in this township. Always has done. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Meadows. Mr. Marabella, I may just, if I might, just provide some clarification on that topic. So I would encourage you to talk with our staff as to what development agreements have been contemplated with regards to OLT decisions, and what traffic improvements are a requirement from the developer. Just so that there's clarification. Because the roads that Councillor Meadows speaks to, two of them are particularly county roads, which would be captured under the county DCs if there's a case there. But they'd also be captured under the agreements that the developer has already agreed to fund traffic improvements on intersections when the development occurs. Now, that may be outside of land acquisition, et cetera, but just to suggest that you have that conversation with staff to understand that history. But those costs have been covered under what the developer will do for traffic improvements at both Concession Road 6 and County Road 5, County Road 5 and 13, and County Road 13 in the Street C, I think, within the new development. So those have been captured, but if we can look at that just to make sure that those are within the, if they're in the realm of possibility. Okay, so I'm gonna go to Deputy Mayor Locks next.
Thank you through the chair. Most of my questions have been asked, but I'll just reiterate. So when can the DCs, once a DC bylaw is passed, they can be revised at any point, ideally, depending on circumstance? Like, as we said, like you're saying 750 homes grow in 10 years. It was 1,500 homes. Before, say we get to 750 in 2 or 3 years, we can at any point revisit
That's correct.
the DC bylaw.
Subject to the same background study statutory process, but you can update the bylaw at any time.
Okay. And if the growth was exponential, ideally, would we be able to apply that new DC bylaw, even if there was like an agreement already signed and moving forward? I'm just confused.
As in applying your DC bylaw to the growth that's outside of what we planned for?
Correct.
Yes, you can apply it. Yeah.
Okay. And
Just one caveat to that, though, is if you're talking about DCs that have been paid for homes, if they've been constructed and occupied, then the DC rates.
No, yes.
correct.
Yeah,
Okay,
I mean,
just wanted to
any, like,
clarify.
we're assuming 750 homes and 800 come along, you can still apply your DCs to all the homes that are being constructed at the time of permit. Can't retroactively apply anything, but.
No, understandable.
Yeah.
My
Just
bigger
go-
concern was when that could be
Yeah.
revised, which ideally can be at
Anytime,
any
yeah.
point.
Correct.
And the other one was just simply, so where it said purpose-built rental housing, ideally that's apartments, correct?
Yeah, it has to meet four more units, right? So there's a qualification of what's purpose-built rental. So long as you meet that requirement, you get a discount for it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I have Councillor Borzos next.
Thank you, through the chair. I guess almost all of us talked about the population differences and numbers, and well, I just wanted to mention that I spoke to the developer on their open house in Everett. He categorically stated that even with the 150 units per year, he will be finishing the complete total build-out within 10 years or less. And that's very conservative based on current market conditions. So if the market picks up and it starts going faster, then this build-out is going to be finished in 5 to 6 years, like Councillor Cox mentioned it earlier. So we are looking at, just with our calculation, which is 2.67 persons per household, over 5,500 residents instead of the 2,100, and not in 10 years, but less than 10 years. But let's just call it for 10 years, but that's still 250% increase over your numbers. So I would much rather see this reflecting the real numbers within that 10 years, which I can probably sign on it and guarantee to you that by the end of the 10th year, there will be an extra 5,000 people living in Everett. And it's not a speculation, it's directly from what was already approved by the OLT and how it's going to go down. So why don't we just move forward and put like you pointed it out, with a good example, the bumper truck versus the ladder truck. Same thing here. Instead of 2,150 people, let's put the 5,500 people and refine it and put the real numbers rather than just this and see where it lands us. And the same thing with the roads. The DREA that we are looking at is unfortunately not very good, not very reliable. The costs in that is probably obsolete. So I think we should also review that and put that into the report to see where it lands, our DC charges, because if we can get a 10% lift on our DC charges, that could mean a huge difference for our township. So, thank you very much.
I just have one point of clarification. When we talk about a
course.
10-year growth horizon, that's 10 years from when the infrastructure is available to service that, right? That would be in 2029, in 10 years from that point? Because that's when the plan,
Correct.
right?
It'd be, we're
So-
looking 2-3 years
Yeah.
from now would
So
be
this
when
is-
it starts
so
10
just,
years.
and this is a 10-year period starting from today. So 2026, 27, and 28, where growth would still be
Right. Okay,
following a
well,
historical trend, right? So it would ramp up in 29 to 2030, and then I can see that going from there. So I just want to make sure that it's
right,
clear
then
that,
through the chair, then I'm a little confused because then the slide here actually shows the periods from 2026 to 2035, so
yeah,
I don't know where, like.
Because it
why-
only includes the current growth that was on the books that's applied for, not future growth that hasn't been applied for.
But that's, Foresight is not future growth. Foresight is current growth. It's happening now as we speak. It's part of the plan.
Right.
OLT approved it. They have earthworks agreement. They have all kinds of stuff in place that needs to happen.
right, but those units aren't getting constructed right now. They're going to start to come online in 2029 and 2030, after the plant is expanded.
I
Right.
don't think it's, I think you will see, based on the developer's own, this is from him directly. He stated that he will see the first residential units constructed in 2027. Not,
Gentlemen, let's stay on topic.
well,
Okay.
anyhow,
Okay,
regard,
anyways, I appreciate the comments, and we can take that back.
And as I've already stated earlier at tonight's meeting, this will be reviewed by staff to make sure that those numbers are what can be defensible moving forward for our DC bylaw. Okay, I've got Councillor O'Leary.
Through the chair, I don't know if my question's actually directed towards you more so than it is to our staff. As far as the road construction on the 6th concession, I mean, all you need to do is make one phone call to Graham Brothers, Armstrong, and ask for a budget price. They'll give you a budget price with a 20, maybe 30% margin on it, and that will clarify this $1.5 million project. Like, all it takes is one phone call. And the other thing was, when you were talking about the 2 ladder trucks for the fire department, you said we have to justify what we put in for a DC charge in that situation. Well, instead of 2 ladder trucks, because we're in a densely forested territory like Adjala-Tosorontio, there's thousands and thousands of acres of forestry. Could we not supplement that with firefighting equipment specifically for forestry? Because the north section of this new subdivision is in a reforested area. And I'm just making a suggestion, that's all. Anyways, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor O'Leary. I do want to also just clarify Concession Road 6. We're only looking at half of Concession Road 6 for that budget. The other half is being covered under the development. Yes. So the DC bylaw is only going to cover the remaining portion of the north end of Concession Road 6. And I believe 1.5 million is a fairly reasonable number for, I believe, 3 kilometers-ish. I'm just looking at Mr.
1.5.
So anyways, I just wanted to clarify the fact that it's north of the development, and that's why it's going in the DC bylaw for future development. Okay, I have Deputy Mayor Laux again.
Thank you, through the chair. I just wanted to revisit with the conversation about the 10-year, so 740 homes where we're saying there'll be 2,000. So let's say that's wrong, and let's say 2,000 goes in there. What does that actually change with this report?
It would change the development forecast, and it would change our denominator in our calculation, meaning that our capital costs are going to be divided by a higher population number, which would potentially reduce the rate.
Potentially reduce your DC rate?
Yes. I mean, like I said, there's moving parts on
Yeah,
both
I'm
ends,
just,
and
I'm just trying to
do the
clarify
math.
with the argument that we're having here on how that helps or hurts us.
Yeah, and part of the impartialness of me is I'm trying to do the right thing with the right numbers, and the output is the output, right? I'm not trying to sway it in decision one way or another.
I totally
Yeah.
appreciate that. I just wanted to understand
Yeah.
that moving that number from 740 to 2,000 may be detrimental to us as opposed to being positive for us.
Right.
Anyways, thank you.
All right, I had seen Councilor Meadows' hand.
Oh, having a problem hitting the button there. What happens when you have a subdivision agreement in play? Let's say your DC charges change after the subdivision agreement goes in. Does he pay the old fee, or does he pay the new fee?
So
Yes.
through the mayor, there's provisions under the act. So there's the freezing of the rate clause under section 26, where if you have a zoning bylaw amendment, your rate gets frozen. And then if you subsequently have a site plan application, your DC rate gets frozen at that time. It does not apply to a subdivision agreement, but if they do go through site plan or rezoning, there is a freezing of the rate provision. So once a complete application is brought in, and it's deemed complete by staff, the rate gets frozen at the rate at that particular time and at that bylaw. Then it goes through the council process, and once it's actually approved by council, there's an 18-month window in which the developer has to pull a permit. And if they pull a permit within that 18 months from when it's approved, they are still eligible for the rate that was frozen of when they were deemed complete. If they don't pull a permit within that 18 months, they are subject to the prevailing rate.
Supplemental. With regards to that, then, has the Barzo site plan been ratified yet by council?
Sorry, what was the question?
Has the Barzo site plan been finalized by staff and council?
The draft plan has been,
The draft plan, I'm
plan.
talking about the final plan.
no, we have not entered into a subdivision agreement for the final plan. So the draft plan has been approved.
So neither one of these has gone forward yet, is that correct?
Correct, but I also believe there's two OLT decisions that also speak to development charges, and those decisions, I believe, overrule the development charges as to the collection.
How could they overrule our development
Maybe I could
charges?
ask Mr. Mirabella if the OLT decisions have any impact on DCs.
How, like, I don't understand, if we.
You may not know, but.
If we don't have or if we're putting forward a new bylaw, how can they override our new bylaw if in an OLT decision? Like, what I'm saying is that their OLT decision went forward when the development was at 450 homes. Now it's at 850 homes. So how can they turn around and go to the OLT? Can we not go after them for?
So Councilor Meadows, just to clarify, they're not paying a currently enforced DC rate. So they would still pay a new DC rate at the time, but the subdivision agreement dictates when, or the OLT decision dictates when that would be payable. One, I believe, if I'm I'm looking at staff here. One's payable when the subdivision agreement is executed, and the other development is payable when the occupancy of homes happens, which is what the legislation also indicates now for any future developments will be at occupation of homes, not prior to, unless the developer so chooses.
Well, I guess what I'm getting at, how can they go to the OLT on a DC charge when we haven't agreed to the subdivision agreement yet?
Okay.
Like, it doesn't make any sense to me.
These are the current in-force OLT decisions. So they haven't taken anything to OLT. These are the current in-force OLT decisions that have come through to council previously. So again, I believe, the short answer, I believe, is each development may be unique to how and when development charges are collected. And the developer has additional powers to decide when they would wish to pay, if they wish to pay prior to occupancy or at occupancy. So there are provisions in the act to allow for that, and again, maybe I'm looking for clarification if I'm speaking out of turn on that.
Yeah, no, you're right. The provisions of the act allow one to pay at occupancy. The rate is still determined at building permit, but they can defer the payment to occupancy, which is obviously at a later time.
I've got Councillor Simpson again.
Just for clarification, I don't believe the OLT decisions pertaining to Farsight specified anything with regard to development charges. They permitted the development as they had come forward. The development charges are still up to the discretion of council, as I understand it, and perhaps if I'm not correct in that, staff can correct that. I think with regard to development charges, from what you said, Mr. Marabella, my understanding is that they have an 18-month period where those rates that we approve, so let's say we approve this in May, there's an 18-month period where any developer that comes while that bylaw is in effect basically gets to keep that rate. Is that right?
Only if they've submitted a
Complete application within that time period.
no, they have to submit a rezoning or a site plan application after this new bylaw comes into force.
Correct.
And they have to pull a permit within 18 months following council approval. If
Correct.
they submitted a zoning bylaw amendment the day before you passed this bylaw, they are subject to the old rates, even if it's after the new bylaw comes into force, right?
So, yes. So in the case of Farsight, for example, if we were to put forward a subdivision agreement in April, and this bylaw gets applied in May, then does that mean that the developer, provided they build the houses within 18 months, then those houses that are built within that 18-month window are subject to the old rate of 12,000?
So it's only for site plan and rezoning applications. If you have a plan of subdivision, it doesn't apply, the freezing of the rate provisions.
Okay.
Now, I don't know what the OLT decision says in regards to your subdivision agreement. I thought part of the intention was to get a new bylaw in place to facilitate that subdivision agreement, but I don't have all the specifics of that, but
Yeah.
I would have to look to staff and on that specific agreement.
I just want to be very careful on timing and everything like that, because in this municipality, we have had an experience where certain amounts for development charges were pre-collected for up to 550 homes at a lower rate.
Right.
Prior to when the new bylaw for development charges came into being, which meant that, even though the developer thought they were paying at the higher rate, they ended up, they sent the higher rate to the municipality, and then the municipality essentially refunded
Right.
monies because we didn't do it the right way.
Right.
So I just want to be very careful on that. So if you
Appreciate
guys
the time
can
and
just
comment.
review that, I
Yep.
appreciate that. Thank you.
Mr. Kalamuto, are we able to answer that question with regards to, I know, again, it's a bit of a side topic, which I'm sure we can cover at a later time, but just as to maybe to the two current plans of subdivision that have not had a subdivision agreement signed, but for DCs.
Through your worship, we'll look into it, but if my memory serves me corrected, they owed to us about the timing of the payment, not the payment itself, not how much. But we'll confirm that.
Thank you. Any other questions through to Mr. Marabella? Okay, seeing none. Any further comments on your next steps?
No, I mean, just so that I understand, I think there's we will talk with staff on a few items, one of which being just to relook at our household and population numbers, recognizing in the lens of defensibility, put it like that. And there's a couple capital projects and costs that we'll look at, and acquisition of land in a few of those capital projects. So that's helpful information, irrespective of OLT decision and timing stuff, which is more in staff's hand, but from Hempson's end, we can facilitate some of those other discussions. So I appreciate the comments though today.
Okay, and staff have captured those comments as well, so we're all good on front? Okay, perfect. All right, well, thank you very much for your time, and safe travels home.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so there is a recommendation that the presentation from Andrew Marabella, Hempson Consulting, regarding 2026 development charges background study be received. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Cox. And a seconder, please. Councillor O'Leary. All those in favor? That is carried. All right, we're on to item, I guess, 10, is it? We're going to mix these numbers up all night long. So we're on the deputations, and we have none this evening. So then we're on to public comment. Members of the public may request their comments to be read by the clerk or present their comments orally. Only public comments related to an item on the agenda listed as staff reports, correspondence, or bylaws will be read. Members of the public wishing to submit public comments can do so in writing to our clerk no later than 12 noon on the day of the meeting. And is there anyone in attendance who would like to provide their comments? And if so, please raise your hand and once called upon, proceed to the podium. Are there any persons wishing to speak on an item on the agenda? Yes, sir. If you'd like to come forward, please. And if you could provide your name and address and the item you're speaking on.
Yes, thank you. My name is Steve Vitale. I reside at 20th Side Road in Loretto, and I'd like to just make a statement regarding the Tonham boundary review and the impact to. So if I may, my name is Steve Vitale, as I explained, and if I may, I'd like to read a statement on behalf of the hundreds of those who are supporting the parents, and more importantly, our children within the St. James school community. The St. James School community would like to express our sincere appreciation for the work done by the township related to the concerns brought forward regarding the Tonham boundary review and its proposed effect on St. James Catholic School in Colgan students. As evidenced by the Adjala-Tosorontio staff report, the SMCDSB does not appear to have engaged transparently or in line with their own policies surrounding the boundary review process, including regularly communicating with the township, despite the township making clear efforts to provide the board with relevant information. We recognize the township steps in contacting relevant stakeholders in order to confirm and permit the school board to proceed with connection to the sanitary system ahead of anticipated timelines. We appreciate the township communicating this information to the SMCDS board at their joint meeting on February 3rd. We furthermore appreciate the presence of Adjala-Tosorontio Township Council at the Boundary Review Open House on February 11th. At this time, we are awaiting the school board's final decision on the boundary review, which is anticipated to be received on March 3rd. We are hopeful that the board will consider the breadth of information that has been provided by the St. James community and makes a decision that aligns with the expectations of that community. Given that the school board has not identified capital funding for connection to the sanitary system, we wonder if any consideration could be provided to bridge the lack of capital funding available from the school board. This would facilitate hookup to the sanitary system, and the expectation would be for the school board to reimburse the township upon receipt of capital funds from the Ministry of Education. Thank you again for your participation on this important matter on behalf of the St. James community. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate your comments. Are there any other persons in the audience wishing to speak tonight? All right. Madam Clerk, did we receive any comments in writing?
We did not receive any comments in writing.
Okay, thank you. All right, so that leads us on to item 12, which is upcoming events announcements. Council, are there any upcoming events or announcements that council would like to address? Okay, seeing none, I have a couple here. First of all, I would just like to express on behalf of myself and council our sympathies to the Cowan family on the recent passing of Russell Cowan. For those who remember at last year's Canada Day, we had Russell in attendance to celebrate his 100th birthday because he was born on Canada Day, on July 1st. So again, we do extend our sincere condolences to his family and friends. The second item I have is with regards to Black History Month, and each February we celebrate Black History Month to honor the legacy of Black people in Canada. This year's theme is 30 Years of Black History Month, honoring Black brilliance across generations, from nation builders to tomorrow's visionaries. This celebrates 3 decades of Black History Month in Canada by highlighting and enduring the contributions of Black Canadians across time. And we encourage everyone to visit thecanada.ca/Black History Month to learn more. And the third item is the upcoming special council meeting, which has been scheduled for March 4th, 2026 at 9 a.m. And an agenda will be published to the township website prior to the meeting, so please check on the website for regular updates. And again, just offering any other comments or announcements? Okay. All right, so that leads us on to the consent agenda then. And I'm looking to council if there's any items that we wish to pull. Multiple hands tonight. All right, let's go this way first. 13-2.
13-2.
Thank you. Councillor Cox? 13-2 times 2? Okay. Councillor O'Leary, any comments? Councillor Simpson?
I'd like to pull 13-1, 13-3, 13-6, and 13-11.
Okay. Councillor Meadows?
Already had mine pulled.
Councillor Borzos?
No, everybody pulled everything, so none left for me to pull.
Okay. Well, I'm going to pull 13-8. All right. So that the recommendation will be that the consent agenda recommendations from 13-4, I'm just going to list them out. 13-4, 13-5, 13-7, 13-9, 13-10, 13-12 be adopted as presented, and that staff be authorized to take all necessary action as required. Any questions on that? I need a mover, please. Deputy Mayor Locks, second by Councillor Meadows. All in favor? And that is carried. Just bear with me, I'm just gonna make notes that some are correspondence and some are staff. All right, so we're on to staff reports then. So the first report is Staff Finance 2026-04, 2026 Development Charge Background Study, and we've had this thorough presentation and question and answer period, so I'll let Mr. Januszek speak to the report, and if there are further questions or clarifications, Mr. Januszek can either get that answer for us or answer it tonight. So, Mr. Januszek?
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, the report just basically highlights the process and the rates, the proposed rates, as well as the current rates and what the changes are, and highlights some of the development-related capital that will be included. And within the agenda is the total package of the development-related capital program that is being proposed, is included in the agenda. And I just highlighting in the report, just the major steps or milestones in the process that was highlighted by Hempson with the release of the DC background study on March the 13th. We're to have a statutory public meeting on April the 8th, and finally finalizing with the May 13th passage of the bylaw. We did note through the discussion with Hempson, it looks like we are going to need to look at some of the costing of some of the capital programs and what will be need to be proposed in additional capital programs, as well as probably a discussion around what our growth numbers should be.
Okay, thank you. I guess I just want to echo, I guess, the comments that were made by Mr. Marabella and then yourself is the bylaw, of course, needs to be in place before December, so we do have some time, but the intention would be to try to get this done sooner rather than later to make sure that we're capturing everything prior to the December deadline that the bylaw expires. Are there questions through to Mr. Andrewchuk with regards to the DC report? Mr. Councilor Meadows?
Yeah, it says in the comments here that council endorses this. With the discussions we had today, I think council did not endorse this particular plan, and I would like that taken out of the, or amended, to come back to council at another date.
Okay, any other comments? Would council would we like to remove that? So, Mr. Andrewchuk, just looking to you, what would be the next step then if, could we have further report issued prior to public consultation?
Through your worship, we're obviously going to need to work with Hempson on revising from tonight's discussion the capital plan. I'm just not sure of the timelines for providing an updated capital plan.
Okay, so we'll leave that in your capable hands then, and so I'm suggesting we just read the first part of the motion to accept the report, and staff can find the best avenue or approach to bring that back to council, whether that be by a council meeting or other means. Okay. Any further questions with regard to this matter? Okay, so the recommendation then would be that staff report Finance 2026-004 dated February 18th, 2026 regarding 2026 development charge background study be received. Have a mover for that recommendation? Councillor Borzos, seconded by Councillor O'Leary. All those in favor? And that is carried. All right, we're on to staff report IND 2026-007, development-related expansion analysis. And Mr. Johnstone, I'll go to you for just, I know it's been on the books for a couple times here, so I'm not sure if we need any more explanation, but if you could just clarify maybe the change in scope of the project.
Thank you. Through the chair, the purpose of this staff report is to present to council an amended version of the DREA, which now includes a recommendation in section 5.4, where concession 6 is extended from the proposed wastewater treatment plant lands, approximately 1.5 kilometers to the north, at an estimated cost of $1.5 million. Staff are seeking the endorsement of council on the amended DREA study. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I know we've had considerable discussion about this item, and I know some council members are not fairly pleased with the report, but that does spell out some of the requirements that we do need, and it does form part of our DC background study so that we can actually move ahead with that process. So this is just an endorsement of the plan and not necessarily that we're actioning any item. It's an endorsement of this plan itself. So any further comments with regards to this item? Councillor Meadows?
Yeah, again, I can't endorse this as a councillor sitting here. We know there's problems with this report, and any report that's coming forward with regards to finances, it's going to be a financial burden to our tax base. I can't support, and I can't support this DREA coming forward because I don't think it was done properly. I don't think there's anybody on this council that thinks this was done 100% perfect. I may be wrong, but we've had discussions on it, so I'm sorry I can't endorse it, and I'd like to have a recorded vote on this too, please.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to go to our CAO just for additional comment and clarification on the report.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you. As we move forward and transfer some of these recommendations to the DCs, we will do a double check with regard to updating any numbers through our own expertise and maybe have to update the numbers as they translate to the DCs. But as they sit right now, that is this was done by the engineering group, and I wouldn't want to change their numbers in this particular report. However, as we have more local knowledge of what these particular projects go through and what they actually need, we could update the numbers as they see fit for these particular projects as we move them into the DCs with additional discussion, as the presenter mentioned.
Okay, thank you. And I might have been remiss to ask Mr. Marabella this question, but we index our DC bylaw yearly. So that also indexes the price of a capital project in our capital program as well, right? So the 1.5 million would turn in 5 years from now could be a $2 million project type thing. Okay, thank you. Just wanted to clarify that. Okay, I've got Councillor O'Leary, Councillor Cox.
Through the chair, I'm just wondering if we shouldn't refer this back to staff until they come up with a more accurate number for building this sixth concession, because my knowledge of the sixth concession is there is no foundation. It is a swamp, and you don't build good roads on swamp without costing a lot of money. Therefore, my recommendation is we refer it back until they get they consult with a third-party construction company or construction companies and give us a budget price to do the work.
Okay, thank you. Not to put you on the spot, Mr. Wilmots, but could you provide some clarity as to if that's a reasonable price tag in your opinion?
Yeah, through the chair, 1.5 kilometers of road for $1.5 million is pretty realistic in that area. It is a sand base with mud in areas like Councillor Larry is saying, but it was all grubbed, and a lot of that bad area was filled years ago when the Trans-Canada Trail was brought through. I know the Public Works worked in there for all one summer filling and moving fill from Vanderzags down into that area.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Cox?
Yeah, through the chair, with the TRIA here, my main concern is that only a 2% annual background growth to existing traffic counts was applied to in order to, like that was their fundamental analysis approach, which that number is way off. If you ask me, 2%, you know, let's just do it with people. 12,000 people is only 240. Like that is significantly, I'm like the Rain Man over here right now. Don't worry, I used a calculator beforehand. But it's I find it's a significantly obscured amount, and it's far too low for an annual background growth. I believe, weren't the traffic counts conducted during COVID as well, which obviously would have a significantly less amount of traffic on the roads. There's no one driving. We weren't allowed to leave our property at one point if it wasn't essential. So I really think this whole report is obscured. I don't have any other way to put it. I don't really trust what's been put forth to us in this report, unfortunately.
Okay, thank you. Again, I'm looking for clarification on this because I don't believe those numbers are more recent, and I'm looking to Mr. Johnstone, I guess. Those numbers that were provided to the consultants were a mix of numbers that were generated by us internally and by other traffic reports, I believe. If I can just get some clarification on that item.
Through the chair, in terms of, I heard the 2% number. Is that one of the questions?
No, what's sort of the basis of what the numbers are as of today? Like, what were the traffic counts used for as of today for the consultants? Did they go out and look at sections of road and we provided some numbers, I believe, did we not?
So we completed a traffic study this year, and those traffic counts were provided to this consultant for inclusion in their report.
Okay, so this year's number, or 2025 number is used in the 2025 report.
2025, correct.
Okay, thank you. I just want to clarify those. Any further comments?
No, just supplementary, that 2% still to even today's numbers. I think the number had to be higher than 2%.
Okay, thank you. Our CEO, Mr. Cullinan.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you, I just also wanted to point out, through in the DC capital projects that were presented, we brought forward a transportation master plan between 2027 and 2030, just so that we have an understanding of additional growth. As growth will be happening in the area, I found it prudent to, instead of waiting for a 5 or a 10-year planning, because of the growth that is going to be in the area, things like our transportation master plan or the next development charges study, as an example, to not wait for that 10-year studies or 10-year time frame, but to bring those studies forward. So we are going to be doing them as planned in the DC sooner rather than later. And as mentioned by the presenter previously, some of those, if we do see growth in that area or changes within our environment, can even be brought forward more so. So as opposed to 2 years from now, as an example, for the transportation master plan, well, that's next year. So actually that one won't be able to be forward, but a development example that was currently noted for 2032 could be brought forward to 2030 or 2028, depending on the growth we see. And again, as noted specifically for that one, there would have to be, as the presenter noted, changes within the environment that we could sink our teeth into that would have to be have standing, as an example. So we ensured as staff that some of those were brought forward just because of the amount of changes that this municipality is about to see, so that we need to ensure, and as noted in the development study, development charges study, those are eligible cost. All of those studies are now eligible cost, so we can do that. So just wanted to point that out, that we do have a couple of checks and balances within some of these processes.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Borzos?
Yes, through the chair. I'm not a road engineer, I'm not a road anything, but I just Googled, and Google tells me that Barrie, if this 1.5 kilometers was to be built in Barrie or within the municipality boundaries, that would cost them $2.5 million. So
That's a fully serviced road with underground services.
well, okay, so then let's look at Vaughan. Vaughan wants $3.8 million for a municipal road. So, I mean, we can keep going up as we wish, but my personal opinion is that the $1.5 million is way, way, way under what it will actually cost. And for that reason, I don't know if this is accurate at all. Traffic count, I live in Everett. I don't know how the people who count traffic in Everett, because I had this argument with the county when I asked them to perhaps look into putting a pedestrian crossing on Main Street, and they said not until we have 60,000 vehicles traveling that road. I mean, what insanity is that? Like, anyways, I don't even have words for that. So, traffic count, I think we should put somebody out there on the corner and actually physically count the vehicles, not just put some ropes and see what's going on. So I don't think this report is accurate at all. I'll volunteer. You be my right hand, okay? How's that? Thank you very much. Just.
Yeah. Well, we certainly need someone to authenticate the numbers. Councillor Meadows?
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. No, I just, everybody here knows that our roads are too narrow. There's nobody here that'll dispute that. When we have that kind of traffic going up and down our roads, and we have no shoulders, when a car breaks down, we're looking for an accident to happen. And we're gonna be liable because we know, we knew, and we did nothing about it. These are all things that should be in this study. I mean, we're talking about putting lines down the roads. We can't even do that because our area isn't big enough to put a line down. Like, we have to do something with these roads. We want to be the big boys in the big pond, then we got to start doing something with our infrastructure. And if development isn't going to pay for the infrastructure, then let's forget about the development. Like, I'm just saying, like, if we can't get any, we're putting in $65 million of grant money for the infrastructure for the developers. Why aren't they paying for some of the infrastructure needed to build this township? It just blows me away. We're on the hook for the 65 million. They're not. Let them come to us with a proposal. Anyways, I can't endorse something that I know is wrong. And I won't sit here and endorse something that's wrong. Anyway, that's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you. I seem to be clarifying lots of things tonight, but the reason why we're doing a development-related analysis is so that we know which roads we can charge back to developers to pay for. And that's, I've heard that theme around the entire night. Let's have the developer pay for our services. And this is a report that's telling us that the services need to be paid by the developer. So it may be wrong, but it's still a step forward to say, here's the improvements that we recognize are going to happen. When we go to construct that improvement, we will confirm the pricing on that project, and we will charge what is needed for the development community to do that work that's development related. Because we have the opportunity through this report, and as is indicated earlier, the DCs will be indexed each year. And if we want to review the DC bylaw every 5 years, which is what I expect will happen anyways, regardless of the 10-year cycle, then we have the opportunity, again, to reopen the background study, understand what's needed in the community, and charge the indexed amounts or calculate a new amount based on the CPI for that day. But I think to the point of this report, we've had it come to council 3 times. We've had staff go back, or staff have come back with a report that added the 6 concessions, so now we can put that in our development charges bylaw to actually capture $1.5 million. And if we don't do that, then we're not going to capture the $1.5 million. We're not going to capture the projects that are on Concession Road 6 for shoulder widening. We're not going to capture the bridge improvements. We're not going to capture the turning lane improvements. So as much as there might be comments about not liking the report, it does help formulate our DC background study, and it does help us put that in our DC bylaw so that we can charge the right rate. So I'm a bit at a loss as to why we wouldn't want to be doing that, because I've heard this the entire term. Let's make sure our DCs cover expansion and development-related roads. And this is exactly what it does. May not capture everything. Like I said, everyone may not be happy with the report, but it is a step forward. Councillor Cox.
Yeah, through the chair, whether to yourself or staff, in this report, if it says $1.5 million, could we be challenged when we, like, if we ask them for $3 million, or are we going to be held to the 1.5?
Chris?
Through your worship, this DREA isn't to be challenged. What the challenge would be was as the mayor mentioned, it is to actually translate these recommendations into the DCs so that we have an understanding within the development charges of who pays for what and how much. So as mentioned previously, as we do translate all of these recommended projects into the DCs, we will double check the numbers and put it through our own local knowledge to see if those numbers would be valid in the DCs, and as the mayor noted, it would also be indexed. So sometimes the engineers just take a look at certain roads as an example in certain areas, like Councillor Borzos just did. He mentioned 2 urban areas. So when you have an urban road as an example, there's subdrain, there's curbing, there's catch basins, etc., and that adds to the cost of the project. In this particular case, it would be a rural road as an example. So it would be, the cost would be different. So in this particular case, it did look at a rural type of road, but maybe there might be something that they missed in particular with a subdrain or a subbase that's currently existing or things like that. So we will double check those numbers as they get transferred over to the DC capital projects.
Councillor Cox, follow-up?
I'm not sure if that answered the question.
Semi. Excellent explanation. But I'm just wondering, like, so if that 1.5 isn't a set in stone number that the developer can, like, charge in, like, an OLT hearing or saying, hey, in their analysis, it says it's only costs this, they're charging us double that, you know, can that number change? If the number changes, can it be challenged and we're left having to pay the outstanding amount?
Mr. Calamity?
Through your worship, yes, my apologies. So the DC bylaw itself can be challenged, and there's a date to that noted in there. So with respect to each of those individual projects, anybody can come and say, no, it's not worth that much to do that type of project, and they can challenge that. Within the DREA, they cannot. It's just a recommendation to, as the mayor said, just note the projects, and it's just an estimate. But we do have to be more specific when it comes to, as we change it to the development charges, because that, yes, can be challenged.
Okay. Councillor O'Leary?
Through the chair, I'm just wondering, in purpose and background, could we not just add a line in there saying that all numbers are approximations to be confirmed at a later date? And would that not solve our issue?
Are you asking, is that on the report or on the document itself?
Excuse me?
Is that on the report or is that on the document?
On the document. On the document. So if somebody hypothetically gets himself a good lawyer and they take us to court, it's right there. All prices are approximate, to be subject to confirmation at completion or during completion or tender or whatever. That solves the issue, right? And all it is adding a sentence to one item.
Okay, so I'm looking to maybe towards Mr. Kalamutu or Ms. Reed, because we're not changing, like, we're not amending a report itself. I believe that's a staff report that we'd be amending. So if we want to amend that in the actual document, we could send it back to staff for that revision. But I'm not entirely sure, unless we just pass a resolution to indicate that's the wish of council that those numbers be communicated or checked for inclusion in the DCs. I'm not sure. I'm just brainstorming here now. But Mr. Kalamutu, maybe some options on that?
Through you, your worship. And again, the DREA itself isn't going to be challenged. It's the DCs that would be. So the fear of being sued because of that is sort of a non-issue in this particular case. However, I don't see an issue if council would like to put that wording in the actual report. We can go back once again to the consultant and get them to write that fairly simple sentence in. I don't think that would be an issue. It would just then have to be deferred once more.
Referred once more.
Referred, thank you.
Because we did that the first time, and that's why I came back the second time. Is there an appetite to do that, or just endorse this item? Okay, so you're looking to refer the item back to staff?
May I before we?
Yes, you may. Councillor Bortles, go ahead.
Through the chair, I fully understand what the mayor said and what the CAO is suggesting about the necessity of this study and why is it required for the DCs. But what I wouldn't like to do is to compromise yet again on something that we shouldn't have to compromise. And I think with this referral back to staff, since the consultant will be reviewing it and adding the comment in there, perhaps they can take another really close look at the cost of construction once and for all, with some examples so that some of our colleagues here can be pacified with the information, show that the cost is what it is, and put the real cost, or what I'm not saying 1.5 million is not a real cost, but just to verify it and show us that, hey, we did this based on current numbers based on exemplars from other municipalities where they had nothing there and they built a road and this is how much it costs. That's what I'd like to see as part of Mr. Cox's motion. Thank you, sir.
And I appreciate that, but I think the other thing, again, we've talked about this 2 meetings ago. We have no longer a budget for that item. We've expended the entire budget for that. So council would have to be knowingly going over budget to have this go back to staff to allocate additional funds from some project to cover the additional workload for the consultant. So again, there's a multitude of issues on this item, and I'll look to Mr. Calamitu again as to would staff entertain the idea of taking this report back and asking them to relook at the scope of development?
Through your worship, as you mentioned, we are at the budget limit, and so that type of analysis would cost quite a bit more. Again, however, as we translate it to the DCs, once again, Hempson does have some of that expertise with regard to some of that engineering background that we could then put into the DC process to verify the numbers as they get translated from the recommended projects. And that way it's also DCable and would not cost any additional money for the capital project.
Okay. Councillor Simpson.
Thank you. Through the chair, I think that might be the better option. I am not going to comment with regard to the report. I think we're all disappointed with the report and how it came forward. Perhaps having Hempson look at it would be more appropriate. And I also want to put on the record, like, I was very disappointed with the process that the DREA came forward, because it was ultimately an ask for a transportation master plan. A full-fledged transportation master plan, which is what council had wanted. And we instead somehow chose to go in a different direction. And now we're in this process. So I just want to highlight that. Another thing that I noted in conversation here is that there was some trepidation whether the DC bylaw or DCs would be appealed. And it is quite common practice that any DC bylaw, whether it's defensible or not, would still be appealed by developers or anybody at any stage, and it happens quite often. So there's nothing to that. I think we just proceed as we would. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, and I'll take this opportunity again to Councillor Simpson. I'll highlight the fact that council changed the scope of work for the transportation master plan or roads master plan to the DREA, and council was aware of that. Council did not approve a transportation or roads master plan, and they included the DREA in the budget. So just wanted to clarify that information. Council adopted the DREA report in the budget and not a roads master plan or transportation master plan. So thank you.
Mr. Mayor, just for clarification, I believe when
Councillor
that...
Simpson, I'm not going back and forth on this.
Well, I think your recollection may be wrong then. Thank you.
Thank you. And it's quite not. All right, so we're on this item of the DREA report. Is there still the appetite to refer this back to staff and seek what they might come back with? Okay. Madam Clerk, would we like, I think there's been some verbal direction captured here. I'm not sure if we need to capture that in a motion. I think the understanding is we want staff to come back with options for what we can do with the DREA report as well. It's just not to change one line in it, it's to look at what options staff would recommend to come back with for staff, for council's consideration, if I've got that right. Because what my concern is here is if we refer this back to staff, and we're adding a line into the report from Councillor O'Leary to say that these prices are estimates, and it comes back, are we prepared to endorse a report at that time? And if we're not prepared to endorse a report at the time, then we can simply defer this indefinitely and not have it come back at all, or we can have staff go back and come back with a new scope of project. Because if we don't adopt this, we have to change something. So I just wanted to make sure, like, if we bring this back next month after we get that revision in the report, are we prepared to adopt that or to endorse that plan at the time? And I'm asking council for, if that's the consent of council to do that, then I would entertain the discussion to get that back to staff. But if we're not prepared to accept the report in a month's time, then I don't see why we're continuing on with this process. So is there further comments on that? Councillor Meadows?
I don't see why staff can't go back to what Ron said earlier. Get a hold of Graham Brothers or some other paving, Cox Construction or someone like that, and see how much it's gonna cost to pave that particular stretch of highway, get a rough estimate. If it's $1.5 million, then it's $1.5 million, but I know it's gonna come in a lot higher than that because of the swamp that's there. We need a foundation. And yes, you're right, part of the thing was done by but the majority of the stuff that was dug out was black muck that was filled back with sand by the township. So that's where the problem lies, the sand. It's not a foundation and it's not a base for a road, especially when it's been put in on top of black muck. So that road is gonna need some heavy construction. It's gonna need some revamping and some engineered material put in it, quite a bit of engineered material. I'd like to get at least an estimate on that road. That way we can at least get an affirmed price, what that road would cost. And we know there's other issues that are on our roads, but as long as we have that road fixated in the as far as costing, I would endorse it. But the way it stands right now, because we're losing about $1 million on that road, I can't endorse it. I know there's other issues, but they can come back later, so.
So then we would look for staff to refer back to staff the report to add in a clause within the report that the costs are estimates, and then actually seek an estimate on Concession Road 6 works by a third party. Is that what I'm hearing?
No.
Did I,
You can't come in with estimates.
well, what else would it be? It's not gonna be an actual.
Just have an estimate. I mean, we know.
Budget price.
So, Councillor Met, I believe you're looking for a confirmed estimate of works for 1.5 kilometers on Concession Road 6 from a third-party company, to confirm that the estimate that's already in there would be the estimate.
And that would be in lieu
Just for clarification, Your Worship, you mentioned that that's only a portion of the road. Is that correct, or is that from?
So this is 1.5, because,
Cool.
and I stand corrected because I said 3, it's 1.5 kilometers north of the wastewater treatment plant location. That would be captured in our DC bylaw through the DREA report for $1.5 million.
Well, I have a bit of an issue here then, because the OMB hearing, the original OMB hearing, I got the document at home, stated that that particular road, the whole road, had to go on DC charges. So,
Correct, and the DCs will be paid for by the developer to build the road from the remaining section south. to
so it's
County
gonna
Road
be a lot more than 1.5, because it's 3 kilometers of road, not 1.5
The
kilometers.
developer will be paying for that. So we're not collecting a DC for it because the DC will be paid for in its entirety by the developer to build the road, south of the wastewater treatment plant. So we're talking about the north section of Concession Road 6 from the wastewater treatment plant lands.
Well, what I'm concerned about is the fact that, are we gonna have engineers look at that road? Or is it just gonna be paved, over what's already there? I'm kinda concerned on how that road's gonna be built. That road needs,
Can I clarify, like, which section of road are you looking at?
the section from the 5th up to the wastewater treatment plant.
That will be engineered by the developing community and built by the development community.
Well, I know, but I'm just hoping that it will.
Okay, so
Okay.
have I missed the referral purpose then, or am I on par for that. We're asking for a revised or a confirmed estimate for 1.5 kilometers of road on Concession Road 6. And some language in the document itself to say that these are estimates and the prices may change through time. Okay.
That's fine with me.
Madam Clerk, do you want an actual resolution for that, or are you happy with verbal direction?
Thank you, Your Worship. I think at this time, staff can take verbal direction on that based on council's discussion this evening.
Thank you. Mr. Calamity, you're okay with that?
Through your worship, yeah, again, if there, as you noted, we have maxed out this budget, so any analytical work would then have a cost. For a simple verbiage of a line, that would be free, I would hope, but any detailed, say, preliminary estimates or design would then be costing money. And again, we would want that as it goes into the DCs, so that would be done anyways through that transition process. So I'll leave it up to council to
Okay.
decide.
All right, thank you. So Councillor Cox, you want to refer the item back to staff for those two items? Okay, do I have a seconder for the referral? Councillor Borzos, any further questions on the referral of the report? And all those in favor? Sorry, Councillor Meadows, I wanted to go back. You had a recorded vote on the main motion. I don't think you wanted one on the.
No,
Okay,
no,
thank you.
no.
Just want to, all those in favor of the referral? And that is carried. All right, so we're on to staff report ID 2026-008, direct award for capital project I 2026-11, replacement of Bridge 11. We're not there yet. So, yeah, it's fine. Getting late. Mr. Wilmets, if you'd
Yeah. Through your worship, we've sourced this company. They've been in the business for quite a few years. 14 or 15 years ago, I was involved, or wasn't involved, but I was shown an installation in Amaranth of the bridge. Same style as this. At that time, it was only one lane bridge. So they've modified it and upgraded it now, so it's a full 2-lane bridge. It's 24 feet wide. This one will be 24 feet wide and 50 feet long. The situation is they cut the old deck off and they go outside the existing abutments and put pre-slabbed abutments in. So there's no in-water work. There's nothing to do with Conservation Authority. Everything is done above the water, and it's all componentized. And they say a week, realistically, likely 2 weeks for them to do it. But it's in and out in short period of time. And the pricing is just about 50% of what conventional bridge would be. They're meant for low volume roads, under 200 kilometers, or under 200 vehicles a day. This one, the traffic count this year was at 149, I think it is, so we're underneath it. That's just a threshold. Now this bridge will have an asphalt deck on it, and that's the big thing now that I've always been scared away from. You don't want a steel deck coming down a hill. Now it's going to be a concrete deck. You won't know as if it's not a normal concrete bridge underneath it. Then it's a 75-year life expectancy and full truckload and everything else.
Okay, thank you. We heard from one of our residents earlier about farm equipment. It's a low-profile bridge, I believe, so it could certainly handle farm equipment going across that as well, even on the width of it.
These bridges were originally designed for the logging roads in northern Ontario. So they're built for heavy loads and consistent. The original ones were narrow. This is going to be a full 24 feet wide. It'll be as wider than the rest of the road.
Okay. Wow. Thank you. Councillor O'Leary?
Through the chair, to John, is there going to be like this 717,000? Is there going to be an adjustment to the approach to this bridge? Because the bridge is kind of like on an S bend, sort of not really an SS bend, but like a slight jog.
Yeah, through the chair. It is, the company has recommended that we do some modifications to the hill to the south, which is the bend part of it.
Yeah.
But it doesn't need to be done now because it won't affect the actual bridge. So in another year's budget, we can work at, put some earth excavation farther south.
Okay, so that's additional to the bridge itself.
Yeah, the bridge is, we're just replacing.
One component.
One component, and it'll be paved, guardrails and everything else on it. So it takes a huge liability away from the township.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Bettles?
Yeah, thank you, John. Where is Bridge 11?
It's just south of my place on the town line.
So-
South of 5 Side Road on the Mulmer-Toss town line.
Mulmer-Toss Town Line?
Yes, straight north of Rosemont, but 2.5 kilometers north. Can't miss it.
Okay, and that's,
Well, I hope you
can't
don't.
miss it.
I hope you don't.
Yeah. It's across the Tosorontio Creek is actually the tributary that it crosses.
can we not get anything from Mulmer with regards to this? or-
50% will be paid by
50%,
Mulmer.
oh, 50, oh, that's right, in the report it was 50%. Because there was one bridge over there that the county of Simcoe was gonna be doing,
That's north of 32 and south of 32.
that one? Okay, just wanted to make sure that one was still underway, or,
Yes, they completed the one south of 32 Side Road, and they're doing the north one. I think they're doing EA this year and looking at construction in a few years.
okay, thanks.
Any further questions on this item? It's a great news story for us. Great news story from Ulmer. It's great to have partners. All right, so the recommendation is that staff report IND 2026-08 dated February 18, 2026 regarding direct award for capital project I-2026-11 replacement bridge 11 be received, and that council approve the direct award of the design, supply, and turnkey installation of a permanent modular bridge from Northern Matten Bridge in the amount of $717,527.82, including the 1.76% HST, and that the chief administrative officer be authorized to execute the agreement with Northern Matten Bridge for the replacement of Bridge 11 in 2026. A mover, please. Councillor Cox, seconded by Councillor O'Leary. And all those in favor? And that is carried. All right, so there were several items from staff reports that were pulled under the consent agenda, so we will go back and review those. So the first item was 13.1, the staff report finance 2026-002, 2025 year-end finance update. And Councillor Simpson, I believe you pulled this item.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through the chair, so I pulled it just to clarify and to make sure I understand that the books for 2025 have not been closed as yet, but we are anticipating 500,000 variance on the capital budget, and I believe it's a 1.5 million on the operating budget. Is that correct?
Mr. Anderchuk?
Through the chair to Councillor Simpson's, yeah, that's correct. With respect to the capital budget, we are expecting that about $500,000 we'll spend less than budget. What that really translates to is we budgeted for whatever amount in projects, and we'll be spending less out of the whatever reserve or reserve fund funded that project, means that money never came out of that reserve or reserve fund. So that just means we have another $500,000 for next year's capital.
So
And
the
then
funds.
with respect to the operating budget, tax supported, our initial estimate, yes, is a 1.5% favorable variance. Again, the books have not been closed. I can tell you definitely that there are additional expenses to be booked, are being booked. So I expect that number to be less. That favorable variance is mostly due to savings in salaries. There were a number of positions in 2025 that were either not filled or filled near the end of the year, including the records coordinator, the bylaw admin position, as well as the manager of engineering and development. Oh, and the manager of planning too, sorry. And I can tell you the other larger variances are a good news story. With respect to our supplemental taxes due to growth was another 188,000 higher than we budget, and that's always a bit of a guesstimate, what we're gonna get in supplementary tax revenue. And a good news, bad news story, we have collected more than we budgeted in interest and penalties related to property taxes of $145,000. So what that means is our receivables are up and we have not collected, but we are having additional revenue in interest and penalties, and no, there are no properties currently for tax sale, and we hope to avoid that in its entirety.
Thank you. So I guess it would not be wrong to say that perhaps we may have about $1 million in capital, or not capital, operating expenses that would be going back to the working fund, correct?
Through your worship to Councillor Simpson, correct. About $1 million would go into the working fund. I hope to bring a new reserve fund schedule where I actually recommend any future surpluses as it relates to the tax support operating budget get divvied up between different capital reserves, because funding is needed. And if you look at the development-related capital program, there's that's proposed by Hempson, there's a significant portion of projects that will need to be co-funded by the township as well. So it's a good time to start topping up those reserves for some of those major capital projects that are in the development study that do need funding from tax supported sources.
Thank you. And a supplemental, if I may. Just had a question with regard to the wastewater operating summary. I see here that the budgeted revenues were lower than anticipated. What do you attribute to that?
Through the chair to Councillor Simpson, again, with respect to the actual budget, it was quite honestly my best guess.
Okay.
We have it's a moving target. I can tell you, as of.
Sorry, I didn't mean to put you on the spot. It
No,
was just, I was just wondering
It is a
if-
bit of a moving target to
Yeah.
budget the correct number. And I can tell you, it's estimated we also have approximately 120 homes in Colgan that are still unoccupied or to be built.
Okay, so that was what I was thinking could be that variance, so, yeah, okay, understood, thank you. That was it, that was my questions for this matter.
Okay, any other items for 13.1, Councillor Meadows, on that one?
Yeah, I just have a question again with the water and the wastewater. Do we have the pricing, or can you get the pricing for me for our cost for Aqua for last year and the year prior?
Through the chair, I can provide all of council the cost for Aqua, and we can even break it down further by this is the cost to run there's a separate charge
For water and wastewater?
For wastewater for Colgan. There's a separate additional charge for the because of the expanded infrastructure in Colgan, and then there's the regular contract that isn't changed. So I can give that level of breakdown what the charges are.
Could I get that information, please? I'd really appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, any further comments on the item? All right, the recommendation is that staff report finance 2026-002 dated February 18th, 2026 regarding the 2025 year-end finance update be received. And I have a mover, please. Councillor Cox, seconded by Councillor Simpson. And all those in favor? And that is carried. All right, we have 13.2, which is the 2026-05 I&D report for feasibility of decommissioning of the Hockley Municipal Water System, and that was pulled by Deputy Mayor Laux.
Thank you through the chair. I'd like to thank staff and John. It's an excellent report. I believe it's been discussed for many years. I'm hoping that this possibly could come to fruition, but I guess I'd like to put a motion forward so that we proceed with this. I've had discussions with the CAO about, I guess, having a public meeting, and obviously we have to see if the public's on board with this or not, whether we go ahead or not. I guess if everybody's not on board, then it's pretty much a scratch, but I would like to move forward with this if possible.
Okay, thank you. I'm sure there might be other comments, but I wanted to echo, I fully agree with the concept of looking further into this, and I think it's worthwhile getting some engagement with the public in Hockley. But I think Mr. Wilmots in his report has indicated the pros and cons to both municipal water and not being on municipal water. And I would like to do a bit more due diligence in the fact of maybe we need to look at the opposite end of this and propose both options to individuals in Hockley, whether there'd be an indication that they would want to see more users on the system. We would have to confirm what capacity is in the system itself to accommodate, but I think there might be an opportunity to, as in the report indicates, there are pros to being on municipal water. So I would like the opportunity for staff to go back and look at that as well, and then propose the whole concept to the community of Hockley. So that would be my suggestion, and again, whether the deputy mayor has a motion or not, but I think we need to have the discussion, or at least have staff have the discussion with those residents to the expansion of the system as well. Because I think the premise of the report was to eliminate a cost for 14 users, for 14 homes. But we all know the economy of scales work in the opposite direction. So if there are more interested persons, I know there are several businesses in the area that may benefit from municipal water rather than not. So I think there's an opportunity here we could have, and it may come back down to 14 homeowners say we're happy with what we have. And then if that's the case, then I think it even gives more credit to the ability that we could do some expansion. And if they all want to get off the system, then I think we can just say thank you, and we're trying to work through the process on how to do that. So those are my comments on that. Councillor Reynolds?
Yeah, I just have a question for Deb. What is the regulated township lot size for, or is there one for a house with septic and a well?
Ms. Anderson?
We did look into the 14 Hockley homes that are currently on the municipal system, and the way the septics are laid out, the proposal to install wells would be in compliance. I think the septics are in the rear, the wells would be located in the front yard. But we did lay out the site for the Hockley, identified septic locations, and confirmed that wells could be located on the property in compliance with setbacks to any of the septic systems.
Well, what I have a bit of a concern with some of the sizes of the lots that are over there, for one. I also have a problem with the fact that our taxpayers have to pay $600,000 to put in wells. When I have a well that needs to be dug, it's up to me to pay for it. There's a reason why this system was put into place for those particular houses. And it seems like we're going backwards. I mean, the MOE, we looked into this before on the last term of council, and the MOECP didn't like the idea of going back and taking out the municipal system to put in wells. They're trying to get more systems put in play so that we have potable water than not. So for us to put in a well, I think we're also legally liable down the road if that well goes dry, because we're taking them off of municipal water and putting them on a dug well. So they're not going to have the municipal system anymore. So any one of those houses that goes dry, we're gonna be responsible for those houses. So are we gonna end up having a system for one house or two houses down the road because we're gonna have to put them back on municipal well or municipal water? And this is the issue I have with this. But to sit there and for my taxpayers to pay $600,000 for somebody else as well, I have a bit of a concern. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I was unaware that council had discussions last term with regards to this. I think that's why the report was asked for. So I'm glad the report's here because I think it gives clarity as to what options we have in front of us. And I think that's exactly I think you made my point earlier is why don't we look at what the system can accommodate so that we have both options available to the public. Any further comments on this item? I have Councillor Simpson.
Thank you, through the chair. In this report, I think we see that the annual cost for operation is about 60,000, and the amount that we're collecting from the residents in that area is about 30,000. So there is a shortfall because there's no economy of scale in that system, and that's why when this proposal came forward, we were all in favor of it because it's 14 houses that are on the system. I'm very curious to see where this leads. I have not heard about any MECP report that we have, and I don't know if staff are aware of an MECP report at this time. I will note further, and perhaps staff can give some clarification on this. What are the anticipated costs, not for operations, but for repairs and other needs for that system? Because I have seen in previous reports that there are additional funds that are needed exceeding $200,000. If I can get somebody to comment on that, and perhaps Mr. Wilmets.
Yeah, through the chair, I think that is part of the DC studies, maybe you got those numbers from, which is, again, it's not
Mr. Wilmets, I'll just, the 10-year capital forecast was provided in our 2024 budget, and it was $260,000 for the next 5 to 6 years. Thank you.
So that's something, but the repairs that are needed are, again, estimated. Like there's some water systems that the water mains are 25, 35, 50 years old and they're fine, but they come to the end of their life expectancy and then they need to be or should be replaced. They don't have to be replaced. Like there's water lines in Toronto that are over 100 years old, and so there is expense there, but it's also not, it's going to happen. It could happen. It could happen at any time. It could be 20 years down the road.
Okay, any further questions? And I'm not sure if you'd like to entertain that. I know you're the one that asked for the report specifically, so I'm not sure if you'd want to go down the same road of having a thorough discussion, but I'm prepared to accept whatever motion you put on the floor.
Correct. Well, and I'm willing to work with all of council here if we would like to just investigate either or, if that suffices everybody. I don't have any issue with that either, so we could combine a motion if you have something to add or an amendment to my motion to look into the water system in Hockley and what would be our best course of action for the future.
Okay. Madam Clerk, I'll look to you. I did send you something earlier. Is that satisfactory?
Through to you, Your Worship. Yes, I've had a review of it, and I do think it captures the discussion that Council's having around the table at this time.
Okay. So let me read it out. Does council need that on screen if I read it out? We'll see what happens. So the recommendation would be that staff report IND 2026-005 dated February 18, 2026 regarding feasibility of decommissioning the Hockley municipal water system be received, and that staff further review and investigate options for the Hockley drinking water system, including an evaluation of the feasibility of expanding the system to accommodate additional connections, an estimate of associated capital and operating costs, and the necessary regulatory approvals. And further, public engagement with the community of Hockley be conducted, including at least one public engagement session to be held in Hockley to gather feedback and local input as part of this review, and report back to council with findings, options, and recommendations. Comments or questions on that? Okay, I have it moved by Deputy Mayor Laux, seconded by Councillor Cox. All those in favor? And that is carried. All right, we have item 13.3, staff report IND 2026-006-2025 Q4 grant requests, and I believe Councillor Simpson, you pulled that one as well.
Thank you, through the chair. So I'm pleased to see this report and to see additional applications having been put forward. Had a question with regard to the library operating grant. If we could get some clarification on what that funding is for?
Mr.
through-
Andershock,
Through your worship.
I'm glad you looked into that one.
To Councillor Simpson. Yes, this library grant is an annual grant that we do receive through for the public library boards or a municipality that has agreements with other boards, which is what we have. So we have agreements with Clearview as a new tech. And with those agreements, we can apply to, through the Ministry of Tourism, Culture, and Gaming, allows grants through the Public Libraries Act. And for 2025, our cost for the library boards was about $40,000, and we received $13,800 in grant funding for the library boards. And the annual funding that we receive has been fairly stable, and we do get it every year. We apply every year. So it's just part of the operating budget, both the expenses and the grant. So the grant basically offsets the costs of the agreements we have with the 3 neighboring municipalities for the use of their libraries.
Thank you. My question was just with regard to the libraries, and I'm hopeful that one day we can have our own library. Thank you.
I had the same question, and I had a conversation with the treasurer yesterday with regards to that, so I was pleasantly surprised that we've been applying for this grant for a number of years, and that we've been offsetting our funding, so that's great news. I just want to comment, though, I believe if we can, with the report, to provide a bit more detail in these reports, just to beef up what the grant funding is for, or things like that. So I know it's a newer report for us than last year, but I think the information is helpful for everyone to understand. All right, so the recommendation is that, sorry, I should ask if there's any further questions on that item. Okay, the recommendation is that staff report IND 2026-006 dated February 18, 2026 regarding 2025 Q4 grant request update be received. Mover, please, Councillor Simpson, seconded by Deputy Mayor Laux. And all those in favor? And that is carried. All right, the next, I believe, is staff report PLA 2026-004, St. James Catholic School, with regards to the school board Tottenham boundary review. And I believe Councillor Simpson pulled that as well.
Thank you, through the chair. So this is an issue that's been an ongoing concern for the last month or so, especially in the south. Because there has been a boundary review, and residents south of 5 Side Road, their children are being asked to go to Tottenham, and a number of students are going to continue to go to St. James, and we have a lot of parents that are very concerned about this, and rightly so. I am pleased with the work that staff have done. And it's my understanding, based on this report, that at this time, the school could accommodate all the students that are going there. And I think that would be appropriate. Myself and Mayor Anderson had the opportunity to attend on February 11th, the open house that the school board had held. And we were able to listen to what the parents in that area wanted, and I just want to reiterate my support for the parents to note that students in our township shouldn't have to travel to another township for their studies. And I think it would be entirely appropriate if we as a municipality were to send a letter to the school board encouraging them to keep students in our township to attend the same school that they're already attending. I think it's clear that we're able to accommodate their wastewater connection if that were needed. So I would like to see that. And perhaps other members of council can voice their concerns.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Simpson. Yeah, I just wanted to also acknowledge that I had attended the open house, and it was, I think there might have been 150, 200 people at that open house, and I think, whether they got information or not, I think it was still helpful. I think anytime there's public engagement is helpful, so. But I do also want to express my thanks to the school board and our staff for the assistance in getting that meeting together. Early in this process, there seemed to be some kind of perceived miscommunication as to whose responsibility was what in the municipal servicing, whether it be the developer, whether it be the municipality, whether it be the school board. And I think out of that meeting came the process that we have a viable option for the school board to be serviced for septic, or for wastewater rather. And it's up to them to make that determination when and if they need it. So I think it's at their responsibility right now. I don't think it's in our hands to make any decision with regards to that. To Councillor Simpson's point, though, with a letter, I'm not sure if I certainly support the residents and the families that have communicated to us and communicated to the school board on the process and the reasons why they feel that the boundary review should be, looked at and kept in the area. We had the discussion with the school board and distinctly said that we think those students should be kept in the municipality. They're looking at a regional approach, not municipality-based. So I'm not sure if a letter would do any different than the conversation that myself and staff had with that topic. But I think also the commenting period ends in 2 hours? So for tonight for the school board, so if you haven't submitted your comments, you have until tonight, the 18th, to submit comments. But I think residents have done a good job, and the families of Colgan and the southern portion of the township have done a good job in communicating what they think is reasonable to accommodate to their children and to school boundaries. So as much as I support it in the residents thing, I would be hesitant to just get involved in sending a letter to the school board when we really don't have a say in it. They don't write letters to us on matters, and I would appreciate the courtesy of being extended to them. So I can understand it's a very frustrating and sensitive topic, but I think the processes are in place for residents and families to voice their concerns, and they have done that. And the school board would have to come back with a report and then provide that information to the trustees. Councillor Meadows?
Yeah, I've just got a question for Debbie. She might be able to answer the question for me. When the people were in Colgan were sold their residence, on the bill of sale, did it state that their kids would be sent to possibly another Catholic school?
I believe there were mentions throughout the subdivision agreement regarding schooling.
I know the subdivision, I'm talking about the contract itself.
It was identified in the subdivision agreement, the purchase of sale should identify comments from the school board. What they were, I'm not sure. I never saw any of the bill of sale.
Like, I think that's something we should look into as well, but I think the parents of our municipality should, I agree, we should have a letter that goes out in support of our residents with regards to this moving forward. I would fully endorse it, whether it's necessary or not. At least it's something that at least we've tried to do as a community as a whole, and council has backed this 100%. So I'm all for sending out a letter in support of the residents. I truly back the residents in this matter, and I think our residents their kids should go to all the same school. Like, having them coming from one end to the other, it just doesn't make any sense to me. So I fully endorse a letter going out. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to go to Mr. Kalamuta.
Through your worship, just for clarification purposes, with regard to that, we may not have seen the exact wording that was on the owners, but it is noted in the report on page 1, second last paragraph, that the owner shall agree to include in all offers of purchase and sale a clause advertising prospective purchasers that pupils from this development attending educational facilities operated by the Simcoe Muskoka Catholic District School Board may be transported to or accommodated in temporary facilities outside of the neighborhood school areas. So although we didn't see the exact wording on the purchase and sale, we have confirmed that it was on there. Thank you, just for clarification. Thank you.
Sure, thank you, appreciate it. Other comments or questions? Okay, so the recommendation that's on the agenda would be that staff report PLA 2026-004 dated February 18, 2026 regarding the St. James Catholic School Board involvement in the subdivision process, connection to the municipal sanitary system, and the 2026 Tottenham boundary review be received. Okay, what would you be looking to put on that?
The specific wording would be that Council of the Township of Adjala-Tosorontio strongly encourages Simcoe Muskoka District Catholic School Board to consider the community comments regarding the St. James Catholic School boundary adjustment and to not relocate any students from St. James Catholic School, and that a resolution letter be sent to Simcoe Muskoka Catholic District School Board.
Okay. Any questions or comments on that item? Okay. So that'll be moved as a main motion then. Mover, please. Counselor Cox.
Sorry, it's my wording, so I'd be the mover, right? I need a seconder?
Nope.
I'd like to move it, please.
So it's moved by Counselor Cox and seconded by Counselor Simpson.
No, I put the wording. It's my wording.
The wording of the first part is actually written by Mr. Merrick, and he can't unfortunately move a motion, but I believe Councillor Cox moved the motion as the full motion. So it's moved by Councillor Cox, seconded by Councillor Simpson. Any further questions or comments? And all those in favor? Sorry, let's see that again. And that is carried. All right, so then we're on to, I believe that was all the staff reports that we had, so we were on to correspondence then. 13.8, I pulled this. It's with regards to the invitation to the County of Simcoe's 2026 Warden's Gala. Last year, Deputy Mayor Locks and myself attended as guests. Should say the CAO attended as well as guests. And this year, we've received the invitation and it's on the agenda. So I would like to see if there'd be interest from other members of council to go. I would certainly be pleased to attend as well, and I believe Deputy Mayor would, and staff, potentially. So I would like the opportunity to have council and staff attend this gala and to purchase tickets. So there is a recommended motion that I have for council, and it is that council authorize members of council and senior staff who wish to attend the 2026 Warden's Gala and the purchase of the necessary tickets be approved. And before I get a mover and seconder for that, I can entertain some discussion. Councillor Meadows?
Yes, I just want to know how much this is going to cost us altogether.
So it'd be dependent on the number of tickets from council and senior staff would be the total cost.
And what budget would that come out of?
That would come out of council's either donation budget, or it'd come out of the reserve fund, or it would come out of a department council budget. That's up to the discretion of staff.
Well, the only thing is, if it's coming out of council staff, or council's budget, it should be just for council. Senior staff should have their own budget for events and stuff like that, so.
Correct, and that's why there is no allocation of funding source. That's why the motion is open-ended, so staff can decide where the money comes from.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Any other comments on that? Would you like to move that?
Sure.
Okay.
Not moving anymore for the rest of the night.
All right, so that motion that I read earlier, so it'd be moved by, Madam Clerk, do you want me to accept the correspondence as well with that motion, or just?
Through your worship, yes, that would be preferred. Thank you.
All right, so, and I'm just tacking on at the start that the invitation of the County of Simcoe 2026 Warden's Gala be received. Okay, so that'd be moved by Deputy Mayor Locke, second by Councillor O'Leary. Any further questions, comments? All those in favor? And that is carried. I do believe the invitation details are all there, so if there are members of council who wish to attend, please advise the clerk and we can get that set up for purchase of tickets. Yeah, we're gonna go one more, I think. All right, so the next one is with regards to 11, which is correspondence from the TRCA with regards to minimizing salt pollution in our watershed with limited liability legislation. And I believe Councillor Simpson, you pulled this item too.
Thank you, through the chair. So I pulled this because salt is a concern everywhere, but specifically in our area, especially as a lot of the watersheds originate in our township. And so the salt that goes into the water can be detrimental to the fish, to the environment, and this correspondence identifies that changes can be made and encourages the province to look into additional avenues to help municipalities address this issue. So I would propose that we follow that direction. There is a draft municipal resolution that is enclosed within the application, but I believe our clerk has also drafted an alternate, which I would like to put forward. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk, if you'd like to read that motion.
Thank you, Your Worship, through to Council. The complete motion would read as follows, that the correspondence from the Toronto and Region Conservation Authority dated January 27, 2026 regarding minimizing salt pollution in our watersheds with limited liability legislation be received, and that Council of the Township of Adjala-Tosorontio supports the Toronto and Region Conservation Authority resolution requesting for the province of Ontario to develop enforceable and provincially recognized contractor training and certification and a single set of provincially endorsed standards, best management practices for snow and ice management, and that a resolution letter be sent to the Honourable Doug Ford, Premier, Honourable Doug Downey, Attorney General, Honourable Todd J. McCarthy, Ministry of Environment, Conservation and Parks, Brian Saunderson, MPP, Simcoe Grey, all municipalities in the County of Simcoe, and the Association of Municipalities of Ontario.
Is that satisfactory, Councillor Simpson?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, and you'd move that?
I do.
Okay, do I have a seconder for that motion? Councillor O'Leary. I have one comment on it, and I support the initiative for sure. And I'm looking at maybe personally on this item as well, because it's talking about contractor training. But we have a lot of small businesses in their community who don't entertain contractors to do their work for them. And so there's no liability provided to the personal liability if they don't use salt. So it is a bit of a complexing. This is more designed, again, that I believe from the TRCA generally is more city-based. There's contractors doing more plazas, more larger areas, more municipalities, etc., where it doesn't quite go as far as those individuals who need to salt their personal business who don't have a liability. So I'm okay supporting this tonight. I think because it would go through a review process anyways through the provincial government. But I think if it does come back for some sort of review or comment, that I think the municipality could approach that subject as well and provide comments to say, There are a lot of small base businesses that operate out of their home, that operate out of their own commercial area that do not provide contractor services to maintain their parking lots or sidewalks. So I just wanted to kind of echo that there's a gap there between a contractor and an individual. Councillor Meadows?
Yeah, an interesting point with regards to salt, and I'm glad that's been brought up because it's a big problem in the Simcoe district as well. The bottom of Lake Simcoe is deteriorated rapidly because of the salt content. Which brings up another situation that I believe we've had in this township, and that is the dumping of snow on somebody else's, like somebody using their property to dump snow, a contractor that clears off large parking lots and stuff like that, and is using his property to dump the snow. Now, how does that rate for contaminants and stuff like that on the properties, or his next door neighbor for that matter, when the snow melts and you got snow and contaminants going into the soil? So I'm just wondering how we combat that in this municipality now. Do we need a bylaw or something to stop this?
So I appreciate the question, Councillor Meadows. I believe it's beyond the scope of the discussion here tonight about supporting a resolution from the TRCA. So if you'd like to have that conversation with staff at some point, you're welcome to it.
Yeah, because I believe this was in TRCA lands, so, you know.
Correct. And it sounds like a civil matter as well.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Okay, any further comments or questions on this item? And all those in favor? And that is carried. All right, so it is 10:03, and if council would wish to continue the meeting, I need a motion to carry on past the hour of 10 p.m. I didn't know if we wanted to do that or not.
Yep.
I guess we have some hands up. Councillor O'Leary, seconded by Deputy Mayor Locks, that the meeting continue past the hour of 10 p.m. All those in favor? That is carried. All right, so that was correspondence. We are on to bylaws. One bylaw this evening, that bylaw 2026-11 being a bylaw to enable the township to bill and collect the 2026 interim tax levy being acted. A mover, please. Councillor Simpson, seconded by Councillor Meadows. Questions on the bylaw? And all those in favor? Sorry, you had a question, Councillor
Yeah.
Meadows?
With regards to the interim tax levy bylaw, does that coincide with the loan at all that we take out for the taxes? Like when, let's say somebody doesn't pay their tax bill or whatever, are we able to borrow against that loan or whatever if need be for the township?
Through the chair to Councillor Meadows. Well, the borrowing bylaw just allows us to borrow on a temporary basis funds. It should we run out of funds. That's.
Oh, it's just for if we run out of funds. So if we're in a shortfall for taxes, we can't borrow against that and then
If we're
charge.
in a general shortfall, we can borrow from that short-term, through that short-term borrowing bylaw.
Mm-hmm. And what I'm thinking of is can we then turn around and charge them interest on the money we borrow for the interim when that's not paid? Or do we have a different?
The interim is just, the interim tax bylaw is just allowing us to bill residents for taxes until we finalize the 2026 rates, which we will do, and a bylaw for the final tax rates will come in May. But
Okay.
this bylaw basically allows us to collect taxes in the beginning of the year based on 50% of the taxes that residents would have paid last year.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions? And all those in favor? And that is carried. All right, we're on to item of 17, notices of motion. And there is one this evening, and it reads, From Councillor Bob Meadows, Everett Development, whereas the Council of the Township of Adjala-Tosorontio has approved a transfer payment agreement for approximately $35 million in a provincial grant funding for the Everett Development. And whereas on January 26, 2026, an additional grant of around $29 million for the Everett subdivision water improvements was announced. And whereas Council at the regular Council meeting held on January 14th, 2026, approved an earthworks development agreement for fire site development to commence around April 2026. Now therefore be it resolved that township staff be directed to provide a copy of the updated master servicing plan, updated environmental assessment as required under the Planning Act, and the terms of the grant agreement for both the far site and Barzell developments. As our township staff stated, the existing master servicing plan is over 10 years old, and no environmental study includes the new outfall location as it has not yet been secured. And further, that the township staff provide a complete erosion control plan by the developer and approved by council prior to any earthworks done on site by the developer. And further, that a staff report for the Everett development with the approved outfall location be provided to council prior to any work being done, as all these documents should be in place and approved by township council prior to any start of the works or acceptance of provincial grants. And further, that these documents be provided to council by the March 2026 regular council meeting, and if these above-mentioned documents are not available and approved by council, that staff provide a report to council at the March 2026 regular council meeting as to the reasons why these documents and approvals are not available. Now, before I go get a seconder on this item, I reviewed this motion the other day, and I'm going to call this motion not in order, and I'll explain why. The notice of motion references two items which have been actioned previously by council, in fact, last month. The first is the earthworks agreement, which deals with section 5.7, which is, or 5.17, which is a siltation and erosion control. Section 2 with regards to delegated authority and the definition of plans and specifications. And then the second item passed last month was the transfer payment agreement for the $35 million grant from the province. And for both these reasons, the motion is not in order, and we will move on to item 18, which is new business.
Point of order.
Yes, sir?
I believe this is in order, just because you say it's not in order. This is something I put forward. All these documents should be available prior to any grant approvals, and there's no reason why any of this information should not be available to the public and also to all on council. We all passed these particular motions with regards to the $35 million grant funding, and all these issues all have to be done as part of that grant approval. So there's no reason why this should not be approved and moved forward for the next council meeting to make sure that all these documents are put in place. So I totally disagree with what you say with regards to this, and I'd like council to at least back me on this as far as to overrule your ruling and put this as a notice of motion.
Okay, thank you. Your point of order is not well taken. As I indicated earlier, two sections of your notice of motion directly violate what council has already actioned and approved.
Well, I'd like to council to override your ruling.
Okay, so you're appealing the chair's decision, Councillor Meadows?
I am appealing the chair's decision.
And is there a seconder on that? Councillor Simpson? So again, I'll state my reasons for not allowing this on the floor, and that is simply for the fact that we have actioned two items. Council has already approved a development erosion control plan. There is no possible way that council can further approve a development erosion plan when we've already done it. Second of all, we've already accepted a provincial grant of $35 million at the last council meeting through a transfer payment agreement. And so the comments about council has to approve all documents in place before any start of the works or the accepting of provincial funds is not in order, because we have already accepted the provincial funds and is contrary to council's decision. So those are my reasons for that decision. So, the ruling has been appealed. So the motion will be,
I'd like the opportunity to,
and unfortunately, Councillor Simpson, the motion to appeal is not debatable. So the motion will be to accept the ruling of the mayor, will be the motion. So if you agree with the ruling of the mayor, you vote yes. If you disagree with the ruling of the mayor, you vote no.
I'd like a recorded vote on that.
additionally, I mean, the intent of this is to bring this for discussion, and
You're out of
by
order, Councillor
arbitrarily,
Simpson. Thank you.
you're arbitrarily
Thank you.
defeating conversation on it.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, we've had a recorded vote for the question.
Thank you, Your Worship, starting with Councillor Meadows, in favor or against?
In favor.
Sorry, could I ask what the question is?
Do you agree with the mayor's ruling?
Oh, against. Sorry, I didn't hear the question. Against.
Councillor Borzos, in favor or against?
Against.
Councillor Cox, in favor or against?
Abstained.
Councillor O'Leary, in favor or against?
Abstain.
Councillor Simpson, in favor or against?
Against.
Deputy Mayor Locks, in favor or against?
In favor.
And Mayor Anderson, in favor or against?
In favor.
That's 2 in favor. We have 3 against and 2 abstained, so that's a total of 5 against.
Okay, thank you. So it's 10:13 PM. I'm going to recess this meeting for 15 minutes while I address the issue with the clerk. All right, it is now 10:30 PM, and I will reconvene the council meeting. So we were at the notice of motion section, and just for recap, it was ruled against, and I had to seek some advice from our clerk and our CAO. So before we go any further, I'm going to go to the CAO to comment particularly on the two sections that I have found that are in contravention of our procedures. And just for clarification, if the CAO could provide some details on that, please.
Through your worship, with regard to the wording of and further that the township staff provide a completed erosion control plan, etc. Just wanted to point out that within the earthworks agreement, there was an erosion control plan. It was mentioned on page 2, page 19, page 20, and all of section 5.17. That is with regard to the siltation and control plan. And so as council approved the earthworks agreement, there was an erosion control plan within that agreement. That's fairly standard. If there was to be, even though it has been approved by council before, if it is now taken back, there could potentially be legal action because of particular timing that the contractor through the developer may be staged. So the staging may take longer because of that. Works may not get done. There might be a delay. So there is that potential for legal action. But I did want to point out that the erosion control plan was approved by council because it was within the earthworks agreement that was approved. With regard to the next one, further that staff report for the Everett development with the approved outflow location, et cetera, just wanted to point out that the draft agreement that was approved by or reviewed by all council members, that is currently with the developer right now for review, and that does include the outlet location. So we are hoping to hear back very shortly. There might also be, with regard to, specifically with the outlet, a separate agreement that we might be able to get done quicker. So with regard to the March 4th special council meeting, that is what I plan to bring forward, at least the draft of that, and indicating the developer's point of view. Right now, that specific agreement just for the outlet is currently being constructed by our lawyers right now, and I'm hoping to have that both reviewed by ourselves and possibly the developer for that March 4th agreement, but that's what I plan to bring forward in that discussion.
Okay, thank you. And the other concern that I did have, and I had noted earlier, or noted on my documents, was again, those two paragraphs are the issues that I find at fault within the procedures. And that's why Mr. Kalamutu has elaborated on that. But also, I just wanted to go to the clerk to see what timelines are available to council, because I see at the end of that motion as well that these reports would be to the March council meeting, and this is again February. So I just wanted to go to the clerk to see what timelines are suitable for something like, if this was to proceed, what the timelines would be.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through to you. Staff reports, because this meeting was pushed back a week to accommodate for some of the work that was done in the council chamber, staff reports for the March council meeting are due by staff this Friday. So these reports would have to be prepared and ready to meet that deadline for Friday.
Okay, thank you. So council, again, I've ruled, I have been overturned on that appeal. So this motion has been moved by Councillor Meadows, and I would entertain a seconder on the motion if council wishes to continue with this motion. Again, I do provide caution that I believe the two particular paragraphs are a reconsideration, because council has already enacted these agreements. We've already delegated authority to staff to act on our behalf, and we've already accepted the provincial grant of $35 million. And so both of those, if we wish to not accept the grant, we would have to reconsider. And if we wish to rescind the agreement for the developer, we'd have to reconsider as well. So those are the reasons why I've ruled those two out of order. However, the motion is back in the hands of council as a body. So it is moved by Councillor Meadows, and do I have a seconder for the motion? And Councillor Simpson. So, Councillor Meadows, I will give you first opportunity to comment, and we will proceed to the next stage on this. But again, I'm going to echo my comments again. The two particular paragraphs are out of order and should be removed from your motion. But you can continue on with your comments.
Thank you, Your Worship. If you had said that in the beginning, instead of nullifying my whole notice of motion, we could have talked civilly on the matter and be out of here already.
Point of personal privilege.
That's your personal privilege, but
Councillor
you were
Meadows, I just called a
overruled.
point of personal privilege. And
Go ahead.
I'm going to speak.
Go ahead.
That is an insulting comment.
I'm sorry if you take it as an insulting comment.
Again, I've not given you the floor.
To apologize?
I have not given you the floor. So I've called a point of personal privilege on the fact that that is an insulting comment. And it is the chair's responsibility to rule motions that are out of order, whether they're partly out of order or wholly out of order, out of order. So it's not my duty to do that. We encourage members of council to engage with the clerk prior to discussions on what notices of motions would be appropriate for council, and so that we avoid these instances where there could be a potential conflict with procedures. So I will allow you to.
Well, can I ask the clerk then? Can the clerk please tell me?
Point of order. I will give you the floor when I give you the floor, not a
You gave me
moment.
the floor already once, and then you took it away from me when I was on
Thank you,
it.
Councillor Meadows. I've called a point of personal privilege, and I have a duty to act on that personal privilege before I return the floor to you. So please respect that. So you may ask a question through to me, through to the clerk, or proceed with your motion as you have on the floor. Councillor Meadows.
I have a question to the clerk, if I can, sir.
Yes, sir.
To the clerk, is this motion in compliance or not? I know it's putting you on a spot here, but I handed this in to you, and if there was any problems with this motion, I would have thought that I would have heard from it prior to me putting this motion forward if there was any problems with it. I honestly don't see any problems with it because I'm asking for, all I'm asking for is a completed erosion control plan and also that the outflow location be approved. I don't see how this is in any contravention of any policies or procedures that we've put forward. So I'd just like some clarification on this, please. Because I know you had a discussion with the mayor for 15 minutes on this, so I would just like to have some clarification for my own knowledge when I'm putting these forward in the future, that's all. Thank you.
So, again, I will entertain part of that question. Ms. Reed, as clerk, can certainly provide comment as to why she put the item on the agenda, but I have made the determination on procedure as chair.
Point of clarification.
So she will not be commenting on that item.
Point of clarification.
So, Madam Clerk, if you'd like to address the issue of the item on the agenda itself.
Thank you, Your Worship. In regards to the item itself, as per our procedure bylaw, council can bring forward notices of motion to be placed on the agenda for council consideration. And that is the process that was followed today and why it was included on today's council agenda.
Thank you. Councillor Meadows.
I'm not going to get into bickering over this motion. I think it's pretty straightforward. I mean, I could cancel stuff off here, but maybe Mr. Kalamutu can, I might be able to take one of these off the table right now. It's with regards to the completed erosion control plan from the developer. Do you have it in hand?
Mr. Kalamutu.
Through you, Your Worship, I currently have some of the drawings that were submitted, and with regard to the rest of it, it would have been in the attachments from the previous council report for the earthworks agreement. And so those are, I don't have them hard copy with me, but I can, everybody, I guess, can see them online as noted in the last council agenda.
So they were the erosion control plan for the far site and Barzo lands was attached to that report that came to council?
That is correct. I will turn it over to Mr. Johnson just to ensure that my understanding and my...
All the drawings and all the drawings and the mappings of where all the sediment, the barriers and that are going up?
That is where I printed out my hard copies from.
Yeah.
Through the chair, my best recollection on this is that we referenced that a sediment and erosion control plan was a drawing that was part of it, but it wasn't included at the end of the staff report. It was just referenced that it contained it. That's my recollection, but I'm gonna look it up.
Yeah, it's just a small section there that says an erosion control plan. I haven't seen a copy of the erosion control plan, and that's all I'm asking for. And that one's there.
So I would like to clarify, Councillor Meadows, is that's not what it says. It says, further that the township staff provide a completed erosion control plan by the developer and approved by council prior to any earthworks done on site by the developer.
Okay.
And in that agreement, council authorized and delegated the authority to staff to approve any and all erosion and control plans.
Okay, then I can take that off. That's no problem. I don't mind taking that off. I mean, you're telling me, staff is telling me that they have a copy of it sitting in their docket. I'll come and have a look at it when next time I'm in, and we'll go from there. That's no problem. Okay? Also, and the second item that you showed me, and further that a staff report for the Everett development with the approved outflow location be provided to council prior to any works being done, as all these documents should be in place and approved by township council prior to any start of works or acceptance of provincial grants. Yeah, we accepted the provincial grant, but we were told, you know, if everything's not in line by, and it's got to be by April because that's the earthworks agreement, then, so if this outflow location isn't approved, we shouldn't be going ahead with anything. I mean, it's just logical. And if there's another location that has to be looked at, because this one falls through by April, then a new EA has to be done, which is part of the grant process, which is written right in the grant process that EA has to be done, and so does the MSP. So these are all things I'm asking for. It's not a big deal. I don't see it as being a big deal. So I'll remove the erosion control plan, but the rest of it I'm leaving as is, going forward with council, and I don't see why it's a big deal. I really don't. Anyways, thank you. We'll just vote on it and.
So again, I appreciate the comments, Councillor Meadows, but again, if I read the last line of that paragraph, it says that documents should be in place and approved by township council prior to any start of the works or acceptance of the provincial grants. We accepted the provincial grant at the last meeting, and the earthworks are to happen in April because that is, or April or May, because that is when the earthworks are going to happen. So there's no opportunity for the documents to be in place or approved by township council prior to those items being completed. In fact, we've already completed one item. We've accepted the provincial grant. So the motion is contradictory to the fact that we've accepted the money from the provincial government for the project. And so asking for documents prior to that is in contrary to that language. So that is where I have the concern. And again, I would echo the comments that Mr. Kalamutu had said a few moments ago, that if we hinder in any way, shape, or form a developer for moving forward with Erksworth agreement, the township might be in a liability situation because we've deliberately delayed a developer or their contractor to do the works that we have already approved.
Point of clarification.
Yes?
When we had that meeting, it was brought forward by everybody, or Mr. Kalamutu brought it to council, that this grant can be canceled at any time. Did he not say that? I remember him saying that prior to any earthworks going through.
I'd like to be recognized.
Correct, but you're asking for documentation to come forward
That's supposed to be part of the process, yes.
before council approves the grant, which we've already done. And if we don't, and which is fine, like I said, we could return the grant funding if that's the wish of council. But the township has already approved that document. The township has already initiated that agreement with the province. And we've already initiated the agreement with the developer on earthworks agreement, and that is again where it's contradictory to this motion because of the fact that we've actioned 2 items. And if council wishes to overturn that, we would have to rescind the previous motions and redo the process. So that's where I'm having a hard time with this, with this wording.
Through the chair, I'd like to be recognized.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Simpson?
So I'm a little concerned with all this editorializing and points of personal privilege and all of this. Points of personal privilege are used to address issues affecting a member's ability to participate. So if it's too hot, or there's too much noise, inability to hear or to correct false statements regarding their character. Sorry, sir. It's my time.
Yeah, and I'm going to call point of personal privilege on that matter as well.
I'm not saying anything about your character, sir.
So, you got that right.
I haven't said anything about your character or anything else.
Absolutely. So that is what.
So it's my time to speak. Please allow me.
So let's go through that process. A point of personal privilege is when a member's integrity or the member of council's integrity is threatened. That is a point of personal privilege. A point of order is if it's too hot, if there are concerns with the actions of a fellow member of council, if there's need for other procedural matters.
Mr.
That is
Mayor,
a
all
point
this
of order.
editorializing is just delaying this conversation from happening. And while I respect your
Well, clearly you don't respect it
not
because
to proceed
I don't
with
believe
this.
I don't believe you're respecting the chair's responsibility and the procedure of a meeting. And when you've clarified that a point of personal privilege is actually in fact a point of order, I'm
Sir-
going to correct you on that because
Sir,
it's
we
not
have
a
a
point
notice
of
of
order.
motion on the floor, and we're trying to discuss it. And instead of discussing it, you're talking about, you're trying to editorialize and prevent us from having that conversation. You are trying to say that Mr. Meadows is in fact trying to slow down or put the municipality into a position where we might be entertaining litigation.
I didn't
And that
say
is
that.
not.
I
the-
didn't say that.
You did say that. You said there is a possibility that we could get into lawsuits with the developer. That is not the case.
I didn't
What's
say that. I
happening
didn't say that
here-
about Councillor Meadows. I say that about the motion. So if council approves the motion, then it'd be council that'd be putting the municipality in litigation.
If you want to argue semantics, that's up to you. But I'm here to discuss this motion, and
I don't believe you are because you've
I
been
am.
commenting on the
I am.
editorial
In
of,
fact,
of my comments and not going to
because
me.
I'm trying not to waste time. But
So
it
go
seems all
to-
you're interested in is wasting time.
If you'd like to speak on the
avoid
motion,
talking on
you
this.
could certainly speak on the motion.
I would
because
like
you
to.
started off with not speaking on the motion.
I would
so
like to talk about the motion.
Go
but
right ahead.
I
Speak.
also want to encourage you not to editorialize.
Okay, and
Okay.
speak on the motion. And
I
I hope
will.
you don't I don't hope you don't have any comments
So
above that.
in March of 2025, and I can tell you the exact date. It's March 28th. We had a special meeting with regard to Everett. During that meeting, we talked about the master servicing plan and the need for updates to that plan. Council at that time had many conversations. We want to make sure that when a subdivision agreement comes forward, and it's our understanding, and I think everybody is on the same boat when it comes to this, that we all understand that in the next 2 months, we are going to be seeing a subdivision agreement for Everett. When that subdivision agreement comes forward, we do not want to be in a position, as has happened in the past, where certain documents are spoken of, but not presented. We don't want to be in that position. We want to make sure all the documents that we've requested are presented to council before council makes the decision on a subdivision agreement. And perhaps you may not want to do that. Maybe you just want a rubber stamp. But we all know what happened in Colgan, and we don't want that happening here. So the intent is that we want to see an updated master servicing plan. We want to see how the EA is going. We want to see the completed erosion control plan. I understand that in the agreement that we agreed to last month, it notes very clearly on page 28 of the agreement that there is an erosion control plan, that there's a general erosion control plan, there's two general ones, there's a wastewater outfall erosion control plan as well. Show it to council. This is not hard. I don't know why all this editorializing needs to happen. Show it to council. I understand that there's certain wording in here that, and I conveyed that to Councilor Meadows as well. There's certain things that needs to be amended in this notice of motion, certain wording, and certainly we need to have that discussion to amend that. And I think Mr. Meadows would welcome that.
Absolutely.
So I don't see an issue there. I mean, with regard to the completed erosion control plan, just strike the words approved by council. That's all that needs to happen there, right? With regard to the outflow location, well, I think the outflow location needs to be provided to council regardless. I mean, it's gonna come forward, as I understand it, at the March 4th meeting. So let's see it. I don't see an issue with these, to be honest. If there are changes that you'd like to see, I'd welcome the changes in wordings if you have any. Thank you.
Okay, and I appreciate that because I think that's the issue that's at hand. There are concerns with the wording. Because in the development agreement, or the earthworks agreement, council deliberately gave the authority to staff to approve all plans, and there was no requirement whatsoever for those to be shown with council. So if that was the wish of council, you need to express that at the time we're approving these agreements, because that was not the wish of council at the time. We gave the full authority to staff to execute those agreements without coming back to council. So I just want to make that clear. If there's a wish to see documentation when we're approving items, you need to state it. Because other than that, we are giving direct authority to the staff to execute these agreements. Again, I take exception though to the fact, we have already called a special council meeting for March 4th. This motion indicates that all documents be provided at the March regular council meeting. So we're gonna provide the documents at March 4th and then put a report back on the March regular council meeting with the exact same information, and half of it, to my understanding, will be in camera. So these are the issues when you look at the items on the motion itself. One item contradicts the other. One item contradicts what's already been stated at council. As you indicated, we've already had meetings on these subjects. We've had that information presented. And now it's asking for the same information to be presented once again in March 2026. So we've did it once, we're gonna do it again. So this is why I'm picking apart this motion, because if it was simply asking for information to be presented to council, then put a motion on here that says, I would like A, B, C, D, E, and F presented to council. But don't tie it to, we need to approve that information. We need to understand this information before we execute a subdivision agreement or an earthworks agreement, because we've already executed an earthworks agreement. We've already executed a transfer payment agreement, and we're not gonna go back unless council wants to go back. And I'm entertaining that. If somebody wants to put a motion on the table tonight to rescind certain bylaws that council has enacted, by all means, we can do it. But that's what I'm looking at here. And my concern, honestly, is the fact, not this month or the next month or 6 months from now, somebody's gonna put a notice motion on the agenda. It's gonna be completely out of order. I'm gonna rule it out of order. And we're gonna continue to talk about an item of reconsideration or an item that we don't need to address. So there are procedural matters at hand in this report on this notice of motion, and that is what I am addressing tonight. So I go to Councillor Cox for comments on the motion itself.
Yeah, through the chair to the CAO. How many of these documents can be brought to March 4th?
Mr. CAO?
Through your worship, I just wanted to note that if I can go through paragraph by paragraph. With regard to the master servicing plan, there is no update. There is no stale date on a master servicing plan. So even though that it is over 10 years, unless there is something drastic, then it would need to be updated. But if there is no change with regard to the master servicing plan, there is no stale date for that 10-year. So there is no lapse for a master servicing plan. There would only be an update as changes to a master servicing plan are. So right now, the current master servicing plan is up to the 10,066.9 people with regard to Everett. So anything above and beyond that would need an update to the master servicing plan, and the process isn't there yet. So just wanted to point that out for that particular aspect. For the environmental assessment, it also depends on what works have been done. So since the environmental assessment has done, it has been 10 years, but since then, there have been a Schedule CEA done, an ECA approved. The MSP, again, like I said, was there was an addendum in 2018. There was clearing and grubbing on site. So there have been works done within those 10 years of the environmental assessment plan. So we're still checking to see if that is enough, that there is enough work, I guess, that is defined by the ministry to say, yes, that is work, quote unquote, a substantial work, or however it's worded. I'd have to go to Mr. Johnson to say to get the exact the wording, but we're just double checking if that then hits the mark to say that the project has progressed enough, and therefore the 10-year would not be, it wouldn't go stale again, because there's substantial work. The main reason for that 10-year time frame is to ensure that work is done within those 10 years. And so as the ministry puts it in, they don't want to be approving environmental assessments and just have it sit there and do absolutely nothing. So we need to ensure to ourselves, to our engineers, and et cetera, that we've had substantial work, so then therefore we can go past the 10 years. It doesn't really matter. With regard to the next paragraph, with regard to the erosion control plan, within the documents from last meeting, the erosion control plan documents that I have the hard copy of were noted. I believe Councillor Simpson did say that. The general erosion control plan, EPA 1, I have. The general erosion control plan, EPA 2, I have. And the wastewater treatment plant outfall. So those are all noted, and as mentioned before, in 5.17, it is the section for erosion control plan. So as I wouldn't come, and I'm sure Mr. Johnson and Mr. Wilmot would be the same. We wouldn't come to council with an earthworks agreement without an erosion control plan. That to us, that just it wouldn't make sense. So that's why it was there. Unfortunately, the drawings themselves weren't there, but drawings were noted in those documents, and all the wording within the documents were also there. Sorry, I'm just moving on to the next one. Again, with regard to the start of works, I'm considering start of works to be the earthworks agreement. If that is a different definition than what is noted here, then that's a different story. But how I would interpret works would be the works on site, which would be the earthworks, and as noted previously, that has been approved. With regard to acceptance of the provincial grants, that may be again defined differently with regard to acceptance. Council has approved the TAP, but we don't have the money in our bank yet. And so if the acceptance is accepting the money and using it to pay for works, again, that is a different story with a different timeline. So it depends on exactly how things are defined. And so with regard to that, as the mayor noted, we did have approval from council for the earthworks agreement, which encompasses the erosion control plan, which to me defines the start of quote unquote work. And the acceptance of provincial grants, depending on how that is, that may not be defined as the approval of council with the TPA. It may mean the acceptance of the actual cash in hand and spending of it. So I don't know. Again, it's sometimes different people define different words differently. So that's my interpretation of it, and that's what I'm putting forward. And with regard to the the reports for the March 26th regular council meeting, as noted previously, I would be bringing the outlet discussion to the March 4th special council meeting to turn it around, because I believe it is the next day or two that is the deadline for the regular council meeting. It might be hard to do depending on where council is that day, because if council has changes or wants to do something, then I wouldn't be able to turn that around in 2 days. There are probably a bunch of works that need to be done. If everything goes smoothly, I could pre-write that report, but I wouldn't want to prejudice council's conversation and discussion on that particular topic that I bring forward.
Okay, I'll go back to Councillor Cox.
Supplementary, it's more of a statement. I think that maybe we should just wait till March 4th to see what's presented, all the information in front of us. That's a day that we're going to discuss pretty much all of this. So that's just my suggestion. I don't think we're going to, obviously, the wording of it, some that's been asked that that already exists. I think that where we're at today, I think just waiting till March 4th might be the better approach to this situation.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Simpson.
Through the chair. I think based on the comments by CAO Kalimutu, just want to note a couple of things. If a lot of this is going to be presented on March the 4th, why not just say, move it all to March the 4th? And I don't think Councillor Meadows has any issues with that. We could say that. Move it all to that meeting and make sure all of these documents are brought forward at that time. With regard to the acceptance of provincial grants, I read that as don't spend the money until that agreement is there. That agreement, the subdivision agreement, as I understand it, might be coming in April. And if that is coming in April, then that agreement has to be in place prior to the subdivision agreement being signed. And so we're not going to be in a position to spend provincial monies without that agreement and the subdivision agreement being there. I don't see the issue there. Now, what I am concerned with, I'm not concerned about the erosion control plan. I see that being there. I'm okay with it. What I am concerned about is the updated master servicing plan and the updated EA. And we just heard from the CAO that that's not happening. And that concerns me.
He said it may not happen, is what I heard. Chris.
Maybe you can provide some more clarification on that, because we had a meeting in March 29th or 28th of 2025, and we're almost a year out. And at that meeting, council was very clear in what we were trying to do and what we wanted to see. The initial ask was not for an update. The initial ask was a full EA and a full MSP to be redone. And the question that was brought forward was, hey, that might be expensive, that might bring forward litigation. There are all these other things that could happen. And I don't know why this hasn't moved forward, because that was something that council was very clear on, that we wanted to see these updates, especially when we're going into negotiations with developers. If we're going in without studies, without appropriate numbers, we're at a disadvantage. When we go into this negotiation, I mean, March 4th, we're going to have this meeting, and wonderful, great. I'm looking forward to it. I really am. And But at that meeting, we're going to talk about a lot of things, and there's going to be subsequent discussions with the developer in preparation for the subdivision agreement. When that happens and we don't have an appropriate number that we can ask for hookup fees, we're going in with what, 2013 information showing that hookup fees are 16,000? I'm sorry, I don't want 16,000 per home, especially when we're looking at $65 million that we are upfronting. This is a development that, as much as the money is coming from the province, this is money that the municipality is putting forward to make sure that this subdivision can happen. And that is the municipality fronting the project. I certainly expect that we get that money back on the back end. And I would not be in favor of any agreement that comes forward where we can't get that money back, where we can't use that money for municipal services, for community benefits. And if we don't see that, I can speak for myself. I'm not going to be in support of any subdivision agreement that does not include all of that. And if we're going to hamstring ourselves before the negotiation because we haven't done our homework, shame on us, shame on this council. And I don't want to be in that position.
Okay. Again, I appreciate the comments, but I recollect differently than you because at that meeting in March, the engineer distinctly said, we will confirm whether a new EA process is required. That is exactly how he said it. They would confirm back to council whether they would have to entertain a new EA. So that is exactly what happened at that meeting. And if there's further comments on the question, but Councillor Simpson, I think you're going to be sorely disappointed when any agreement comes. This municipality is unrealistic to expect that provincial dollars are going to flow into the coffers of a municipality in the neighborhood of $35 or $65 million to expect that that's taxpayer money, our taxpayer monies that flowed to the province is going to end up in our coffers for our use. So you're going to be solely disappointed on any agreement because the township will not be recovering $65 million on the project because we are, in fact, building the project.
We certainly won't recover those funds if we're already hamstringing ourselves, so that's for sure.
Yeah. It is, I might remind you, it is our project. So, any further questions or comments on this item? Councillor O'Leary?
I propose we cancel this meeting as of now and move everything to March 4th. Thank you.
I appreciate that. Again, procedurally, I can't do that. We have a motion in front of us. We either dispose of it now or it carries on to the next regular meeting in March, not to the special meeting in March. Any further comments? Questions? So the motion's on the floor. Prepared to call the question? Okay, all those in favor?
Can I have a recorded vote, please?
Yes, you may. Madam Clerk, a request for recorded vote from Councillor Meadows.
Thank you, Your Worship. Starting with Councillor.
Sorry, Madam Clerk, the Deputy Mayor's requested the motion to be read again. Okay. Am I, sorry, and I guess I should have clarified, was there an attempt to strike a paragraph or we?
Yeah, strike the, and further that the township staff provide a completed erosion control plan by the developer, that whole paragraph there, because the CAO assured me that it's available for me to see, so I'll come in tomorrow and see it if I am able to get out of my driveway.
And is the seconder okay with deleting that paragraph?
I am. Thank you.
All right, so the motion is, whereas the Council of the Township of Adjala-Tosorontio has approved a transfer payment agreement for approximately $35 million in the provincial grant funding for the Everett development, and whereas on January 26, 2026, an additional grant of around $29 million for the Everett subdivision water improvements was announced, and whereas Council at the regular Council meeting held on January 14, 2026, approved an earthworks development agreement for Farsite Development to commence around April 2026. Now therefore be it resolved that the township staff be directed to provide a copy of the updated master servicing plan, updated environmental assessment as required under the Planning Act, and the terms of the grant agreement for both the Farsite and Barzell developments. As our township staff stated, the existing master servicing plan is over 10 years old, and no environmental study includes the new outfall location, as it has not yet been secured. And further, that a staff report for the Everett development with the approved outfall location be provided to council prior to any work being done, as all these documents should be in place and approved by township council prior to any start of the works or acceptance of the provincial grants. And further, that these documents be provided to council by the March 2026 regular council meeting, and if these documents mentioned, and if these above mentioned documents are not available and approved by council, that staff provide a report to council at the March 2026 regular council meeting as to the reason why these documents and approvals are not required. That is the motion.
Not available, sorry.
Not available. Thank you. So a recorded vote has been called, Madam.
Thank you, Your Worship. Starting with Councillor Meadows, in favor or against?
In favor.
Councillor Borzos, in favor or against?
In favor.
Councillor Cox, in favor or against?
Against.
Councillor O'Leary, in favor or against?
In favor.
Councillor Simpson, in favor or against?
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Laux, in favor or against?
Against.
And Mayor Anderson, in favor or against?
Against?
That's 4 in favor, 3 against.
Thank you. The motion carries 4-3. Council, are there any other notices, motions to be put on the agenda tonight? Seeing none, we're on new business, which there's none, and we're at the confirmation bylaws. So that is the bylaw 2026-012 being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings for the council of the Township of Adjala-Tosorontio at its regular council meeting held on February 18, 2026 be enacted. Can I mover, please? Councillor Borzos, seconded, please. Councillor O'Leary. All those in favor? And that is carried. And we are adjourned at 11:13 p.m.